Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meshegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning. Is my mic on? Check 1, check 2, check 3. Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Today is Thursday, March 26th, 2026. 3/26/26. It's closing time. Closing time. Oh, my voice is raw. This case has affected me emotionally more than I think I even realized. Anyone else? And it's unusual in the sense that usually we handle cases where people are dead, right? People are murdered. There's tragic loss of life, or there are people being wrongfully persecuted who are facing up to life in prison or 25 years in prison or something like that. And I think what is so, I don't know, just really getting me about this case, I have 2 kids that are older than Kelsey. And I think it's just like, it takes a toll on you. Take a break if you need to take a break today. Imagine you're 28 years old. 28 years old. Imagine you have a 28-year-old daughter, right? And she's like doing all the right stuff. She goes to college. She goes to law school for a year and a half, decides it's not for her. She becomes a corrections officer, right? How tough do you have to be to become a corrections officer? I would never want that job. And I will freely say that. I would never want to be a corrections officer. You got to be a special kind of person to want to do that and to want to deal with that every day. And then she decides her dream is to become a police officer. And she does. And she's doing all the things. She buys a house with her own money in her 20s. By the time she's like 26 or 27 years old, she's already bought a home. She's got the life. She meets a man that she thinks she wants to spend the rest of her life with. They start building a life together. They get engaged. They have a baby. She is now a new mom, and she's struggling with the emotions of postpartum depression, which is a real thing that a lot of people don't understand. And she thinks she has this supportive partner who's supporting her through this very emotional journey. And then you have a little infant that is now your whole world. Everybody who's ever had their first child remembers what it was like to have your first child. You never thought you could love anything so much, right? Or someone so much. You just didn't think there was enough love in your heart to have this piece of you and your partner that you now get to hold as your own. It is heartbreaking. And then in one day, all of a sudden, the person you trusted most in the world, the person that you're going to marry in 4 months, that you have this beautiful baby with, this SOB decides in collusion with his family and the North Andover police that he's just going to take everything from you. Everything. He's going to break up with you by restraining order because he doesn't have the cojones to do it in person. He goes to court to get an order to take your baby away, your freedom away, your freedom of movement, because now you got to stay however many yards away from this guy. He even wants to take your dog away. Your dog is in the restraining order. Your dog. And clearly now you're probably going to lose your job, right? She had been just cleared to go back to work. She'd been out on maternity leave. And the people that you thought you trusted most in the world are now all colluding against you, because as you drive by Hunter's house, you get your bridesmaid, your maid of honor, your fiance, and his buddy. And I think there's one other person there colluding. Oh, Courtney and Leon, who clearly has no love lost for Kelsey. And we know his parents are behind it too, because there's some phone calls that we didn't listen to yesterday, or we saw the transcripts anyway, of the phone calls that Justin's mom was making to the Stowe police with her sense of entitlement after Kelsey's fighting for her life in prison. And then in that moment, you see nothing else to live for, and you just want to exit. You just want to exit the planet. But instead, you get shot. You get airlifted to the hospital, a shot by someone who you trusted enough to hold your baby. You get airlifted to the hospital where you're clinging to life for 53 days. You get arraigned in the hospital. Now you're chained to a hospital bed on attempted murder charges, by the way, initially. You're shackled to a hospital bed, undergoing 5 surgeries, clinging to life. You have to then sell that home that you bought that was in your own name. And when you put your house on the market, that SOB that you were going to marry goes into court and files some more papers asking the family probate court to put any proceeds that you get from the sale of your house into an account for him to pay future child support until your baby is 18, when he's got temporary custody at best, based on a bunch of lies. Can you imagine? And then when the judge assigned to your case in Salem rides in on a broom, another woman who's high achieving, and decides that, I don't know, should I let you out? Should I not let you out? Playing God now. Decides that, okay, I'm going to let you out, but you got conditions now. You're going to wear an ankle monitor. You're going to be on house arrest. You're going to have to live with your mother and your stepfather, because, even though you're a 28-year-old adult, we're going to release you into the custody of your parents. You're going to have GPS monitoring, house arrest. And even though there was no alcohol involved in this alleged weapon brandishing, really, which is what it comes down to, right? And you're the one who got shot by a fellow cop trying to cover his own ass, if you ask me. You're going to have to blow into this handheld scram monitor device every day, randomly, maybe 4 times a day, where you have to sustain breath into this thing, even though we know that you've been shot in the chest. You had a collapsed lung with insertion of a chest tube, a lacerated liver, and many other life-threatening injuries. Fractured ribs, shattered ribs, actually. Anybody who's ever had even one broken rib that you might have broken when you were ice skating with your kids, maybe one time or something like that, knows how difficult it is to breathe. You're going to have to do that. June 30th, she was airlifted to the hospital, 53 days in the hospital, shackled to her hospital bed. And then the judge imposes these conditions on you and says, okay, I'm going to let you out. That was the end of August. Mainstream media was all reporting she was released. She wasn't released. She wasn't released until September 8th because, it took a time. It took time for Judge Kathleen McCarthy Nyman to, run Corey checks on everyone in the house. I think one of her siblings or half siblings had to move out of the house, actually, because of that criminal check or something like that. I don't really know the details of it. Whole family's upended. House is on the market. Just in it for the money. Wants the money. Not only does he get the restraining order on June 30th against her, but then he goes and files a petition for full custody. She hasn't seen her baby since June 30th. Still to this day, her parents haven't seen the baby since June 30th either, because Justin's family won't let them see the baby either. They filed a petition in family court to try and get some sort of grandparents visitation, which doesn't really exist. And the dates in between family court appearances, I think I heard Lori Mullins say the other day, or another attorney who practices in family court, that it's like, yeah, well, the next court date could be 9 months away. So when Judge McCarthy Nyman finally does, oh, hi, Auntie Deb and their viewers. Hi. Good morning. When the judge finally does allow her to go home, she's home for 48 hours, and her attorney, Tim Bradl, the silver fox and champion of the First Amendment, and yesterday when he said to Kelsey after her testimony, I'm proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I just almost lost it. In an abundance of caution, because it is very difficult for Kelsey to breathe into this monitor for sustained periods and hold a sustained breath. In an abundance of, oh yeah, right. So I forgot this part, right? The day that she does finally get released, it was September 8th. Tim Bradl said to the Judge McCarthy Nyman, Your Honor, Kelsey's got surgery in the morning, and I don't think a doctor's going to do surgery with her ankle monitor on. So would it be okay if right after her surgery, I drive her over to probation so they can install the ankle monitor then? And the judge said, yeah, no. Sorry, no. And so she had to cancel her surgery. And anybody who works in a hospital, I know I've got a lot of nurses out there who watch, a lot of medical professionals, a lot of people in the chat who have probably had a surgery. They won't even let you wear earrings into surgery. Do you think they're going to do surgery on someone with an ankle monitor? Unlikely. So she has to cancel that surgery. That was September 8th. 2 days later, Tim Bradl files a motion saying, Your Honor, it is very difficult for Kelsey to breathe into this thing because she could do it, but she has hours of pain afterward because she's still recovering from the punctured lung, the fractured ribs, the lacerated liver, and it causes a lot of pain. And even that amazing Jeff January, who is the assistant chief of probation, came into court. I'm still waiting for court to start. Don't worry, we're not late. Jeff January came into court to testify and said, Your Honor, I've seen her do it. It causes her a lot of pain. She's doing it. She's not in violation of her probation, but there are other ways that we can alcohol monitor her, such as she can go to a facility to pee in a cup. And the judge said, no, I don't want her leaving the house. I think there's other ways that they could probably come to her house and let her pee in a cup. There's also ankle monitors that also do alcohol monitoring, but they don't use those in Massachusetts. In fact, there was I don't remember who, you can let me know. A YouTube channel, creators, I think it might have been Justice Served, who said that they would pay for the ankle monitor alcohol testing and raise the money for it. And they had an emergency hearing, and Tim Bradl said, Your Honor, and he's getting more and more frustrated as the judge just isn't getting it. It's part of the record. Her injuries were part of the record. She was in fact shot by a cop. It's all in there. It's in the indictment. Judge said, yeah, and Bradl said, the magic words, cruel and inhuman treatment. Judge, it's kind of like cruel and inhuman treatment to have her blown into this thing because, you know, the Constitution and all. And the judge said, I don't want to, certainly don't want to torture her, Mr. Bradl. And so I'm sending her back to jail. If she can't comply with her conditions of probation, she's going back to jail. And while we read the transcript of that, and I said to you, I'm going to read this in what I think the judge's voice sounds like, the tone that I used in my dramatic reading was nowhere near the actual tone because I ordered the transcript and paid for the recording, ordered the court recording. There was no Zoom. I had ordered the audio recording so that we could listen to it to hear the tone. And by God, if you have not heard that hearing, go back and listen to it. It's in my Kelsey Fitzsimmons playlist, which is up to, I think, something like 36 videos at this point. And so she went back to jail. And because of her status as a police officer and a former corrections officer, it wasn't safe for her to be in county. So they sent her to Chicopee Women's Prison, which was 2 hours each way from the courthouse. Far enough away that it was difficult for her family to come and visit her. I'm sure her mom works, her stepdad works, I'm sure her dad works. He's a security expert. 36. This is my 36th video on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And so Judge McCarthy-Nyman's order was appealed to the one justice panel. It was appealed to the full justice panel of the SJC, which is the highest court in Massachusetts. And Kelsey Fitzsimmons wound up spending 103 days in jail, in solitary, until she decided, I guess, she's just suck it up. And she had healed enough, and she'd been using a breathing apparatus, like a practice breathing apparatus, while she was in solitary to try and build up her lung capacity and be able to do the scram device without pain for hours afterward. And eventually, Judge McCarthy-Nyman let her out. Again, still to the custody of her parents, put a provision in the order that had been in the bail conditions order that she could have no contact with the child, even though that's really a family court issue. This girl at 29 years old has been through it. She's been through it. She hasn't seen her baby since he was 4 months old. Could you imagine? With the stroke of a pen and on the word of an ex parte, jilted fiance, everything is taken away from you in the span of one day. It's heartbreaking. And even if she's acquitted today or tomorrow or whenever the judge renders his verdict, she's not going to get to see her baby right away. She still has the family court fight. Anybody who's ever hired a lawyer knows how much it costs to hire a lawyer. I'm going to put Kelsey's this is the QR code in the corner for Kelsey's Give, Send, Go. She's lost everything. Everything. And she got up on the stand yesterday like a boss. Like a boss, like a badass. And she was genuine. And she didn't have a chip on her shoulder. And she held her own. My chat is frozen. I don't know why on StreamYard. And she gave one of the most genuine and authentic testimony of any defendant that I've ever seen testify in a criminal trial. How about you? She has her dog back now, thankfully. And then this judge, Judge Karp, recently, I don't even remember when, maybe 2 weeks ago, on motion from Tim Bradl again, agreed to loosen her bail conditions, allow her to move into her own place, to start nesting for the eventual hopeful return of her baby to his mom, and allowed her to, instead of giving, I think she had to give probation 48 hours notice to be able to leave for a doctor's appointment or to see her attorney, shortened it to, I think, 2 hours. And so he's been kind to her. But back to the baby. Kelsey missed. He was 4 months old at the time. I mean, watching Courtney walk out with Caden in her arms. I don't know. I think I got more enraged the more I've been thinking about it. To think that Kelsey has missed the last 9 months with her son. Anybody who's ever had a baby knows how much they change in 9 months, the developmental milestones. She was finally released from jail, I think 2 days before Christmas. She wasn't allowed to go to his christening. Remember, we saw some text messages between Justin's mom and the Stowe police. The only person who was allowed to attend the christening from Kelsey's family was her sister, Madison. Madison was supposed to be the godmother of Caden. That didn't pan out. And Lisa Elaine wanted a drive-by. She wanted the police to be on high alert for the baptism because she was so afraid that Kelsey's family would try and crash the baptism. And she also missed Caden's first birthday in February. And now she's fighting to be acquitted of charges that probably never should have been brought in the first place. And throughout the course of this trial, this bench trial, we have seen the failures of the North Andover PD. We have seen the way they handled this service of a restraining order to take away the baby order against one of their own. We have seen the way the officers at the North Andover PD were supporting Justin throughout this whole thing. After yesterday's stream, I played for some of you who had never heard the recordings of Justin's phone calls to the North Andover PD on June 30th and the days following when he broke into her house. And they were all on board with Justin. Imagine the betrayal. Imagine the feelings of betrayal knowing that your coworkers are ganging up against you, your bridesmaid, your maid of honor, his whole entire family, people you thought were your friends, people who were invited to you. I mean, Daly, well, not Daly, who was the third guy to testify? I forget his name already. Houston, we have a problem. Houston was invited to their wedding. He was a friend. They say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I guess if there's one good thing to come out of this, we can say that perhaps Noonan, by shooting Kelsey in the chest, may have saved her life, but she wasn't expected to live. Here comes the judge. The audio blows. I can't hear it. Just give it a minute.
Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311. Scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves?
All right. How's the audio? How's the audio? Can you hear it? Quorum is packed today. Over 20 cops are sitting with Noonan. Fantastic. All right. It's pretty low. It's horrible. All right. Let me see if I can switch to a different channel. Don't worry. We're not missing a thing. It sounds horrible to me too. Even at 10 boost, it's not good. Let's try this one. Boston 10 is somehow worse, if that's even possible. It's always an adventure, my friends. It's always an adventure. Controversial cop shooting, they're calling it on Law and Crime. No, it's horrible. Hold on. I'm going to boost it as high as I can. You might have to modulate it on your own end. Let me just switch over to this. Maybe they'll fix it in a minute. But look at this. Look at all these cops sitting with Noonan. Look at that. Hopefully they will even it out in a moment. But look at that. Supporting him and not her. He's wearing his same suit from the other day. Maybe it's the only one he has. I'm just going to try and refresh this to see if it'll help the boost at all.
Patrick Noonan, when he came back up those stairs, Your Honor, walked into a suicide in progress. That gun was nowhere near him. That gun was already...
I mean, it sucks, right? Is it me or does it really suck? Can you hear it at all? The like button, everyone, while we're waiting. I'm hoping they're going to fix it, but they don't even have, I can't put the captions on for you. It's really bad. I know, it's not me, it's them. Let me try one more thing.
The defense goes first in their closing. And Mr. Bradl, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
I think that's a little bit better. Hold on. Defense closing.
May it please the court. Counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, June 30th, 2025 was the worst day in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' life. Her whole world imploded. Her fiance betrayed her. Her baby was being taken away. She was going to lose her house, her job. There was an incredible confluence of tragedy that was visited upon her that day. That day was about her, and she decided in the midst of what you saw testified to here, she decided to end her life. Patrick Noonan, when he came back up those stairs, Your Honor, walked into a suicide in progress. That gun was nowhere near him. That gun was already pointed at Ms. Fitzsimmons' temple by Ms. Fitzsimmons. She was a couple steps into the room. Officer Noonan, a gung-ho cop, highly trained, a SWAT guy, he'd already been chinned up all afternoon by the insane, ludicrous statements of Justin Elaine. He had that in his head. He walked in, and like all of us are susceptible to, he made a mistake. He shot too quick. He reacted too quickly. And
Okay, they're focusing on Noonan. If you're not at your screen, they're focusing on Noonan right now instead of Tim Bradl, which is okay with me because the woman sitting to the left of Noonan on your screen has been smirking the entire time. Yeah, she's smirk. That's a smirk if I've ever seen one. I just need to take this back just a moment. I got distracted for a minute. Might be his wife. We know he has a wife and a daughter, which is shocking to me. We're going to be a little bit behind. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. I had to take care of something. Okay. Let's go back. Here's Kelsey, Martha Coakley, Courtney. Many of you are still coming in, so I just want to give you the courtesy of starting from the beginning, because I'm already shooketh, and it is only 9:19 a.m. Eastern time. This is going to be, again, I'm taking it to the beginning, to the top. This is Tim Bradl's opening, and here we go. And come to your screen if you can, because the camera person on Law and Crime is focusing on Noonan. There's only one camera. It's a pool camera, so I guess it's the feed everyone has. In the corner of your screen is the QR code for Kelsey Fitzsimmons Give, Send, Go. This fight is not over after today. Here we go.
Your Honor, June 30th, 2025 was the worst day in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' life. Her whole world imploded. Her fiance betrayed her. Her baby was being taken away. She was going to lose her house, her job. It was an incredible confluence of tragedy that was visited upon her that day. That day was about her, and she decided in the midst of what you saw testified to here, she decided to end her life. Patrick Noonan, when he came back up those stairs, Your Honor, walked into a suicide in progress. That gun was nowhere near him. That gun was already pointed at Miss Fitzsimmons' temple by Miss Fitzsimmons. She was a couple steps into the room. Officer Noonan, a gung-ho cop, highly trained, a SWAT guy. He'd already been chinned up all afternoon by the insane, ludicrous statements of Justin Elaine. He had that in his head. He walked in, and like all of us are susceptible to, he made a mistake. He shot too quick. He reacted too quickly. And instantly, he realized that he had to adjust the narrative. And that was easy, to just add 6 words to the equation, Your Honor. He said, words to the effect, she pointed the gun at me. 6 words. What did those words do at that time period? Those words made him the victim. Those words made him the hero. And those words, most important, made him untouchable. Those words were a defense for his future, his life, his reputation, and they were conveyed to a very willing audience. His colleagues, his brothers, his family, the investigators on the case. So that's really what happened here, Your Honor, and it is a tragedy, and it is something that should not result in any further harm to Ms. Fitzsimmons. This should be over. This should be an acquittal, Your Honor. I want to talk to you about a few of the elements that I know you're going to be concerned about. So, first thing I want to talk about, Judge, is the lack of motive and the lack of intent. Because when it gets down to brass tacks, you know, I know that you're going to look at the law, you're going to look at the credibility determinations, and you're going to make a judgment. And here, this case fails. The Commonwealth ship founders on the rocks of lack of motive and lack of intent. Let's talk about motive. Everything in life is motive. And it's ironic that, you know, us lawyers always say, oh, you don't need to prove motive. But you really kind of did. It's might not be an element of the crime, but motive is everything in this business, Your Honor. Let's look at the motive or lack of motive. Fitzsimmons and Noonan are colleagues. They have already bonded over shared tragedies, shared experiences. They were okay with each other. They were friends. Kelsey thought well of him, and she thought well of her. She knows he has a family. She knows who his family is. She's not going to harm this guy. She knows, Your Honor, that he didn't do this to her. She knows that Justin Elaine did this to her. And she's, probably most important, she's been in those shoes before, serving restraining orders. She knows she's just a messenger. She knows he's just a messenger. This was the worst moment of her life, and she wanted to end her life. And how did she want to do it? She wanted to do it alone. She didn't want to involve these officers because she knew this was a selfish act. She came in here, and ironically, the most credible evidence that came into this case, Your Honor, was from the one person that didn't have to testify. And she came in here and she chose to testify. She waived her rights and she testified. And she showed, Your Honor, that she's a moral person. She's a caring person. You'll sit down and you'll deliberate, and you'll be drawing the inevitable conclusion that Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a moral person. You have to contrast that with the callous treatment of this case from the other side. Hey, we're going to go serve an order on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Her ex-fiancé got an order on her. On Kelsey. Let's go serve an order. The answer, sounds good. Let's go. Talks to his neighbor. Oh yeah, I'm the shooter. I'm the shooter. She's a whack job. So you have to take these credibility determinations into account. And I know you're a gentleman, but you have to get down to brass tacks on who's who here. What else shows you that she's a moral person? She doesn't want to involve these guys. She's trying to get rid of them. She says, oh, the guns are over here, so she can go where they really are. She keeps trying to give Houston and Noonan baby things to bring downstairs. She's trying to get rid of them. She's trying to get them away from her. She wants to do this on her own. She doesn't want to have some sort of situation where she gets shot by one of her colleagues and friends. It's understandable because she's a moral person. She waits for her chance. She gets to her room. There's a distraction downstairs. She doesn't know what's going on because she's focused on the job she's trying to do here. The tragic, awful thing that she's trying to do to herself. That's how you know she's telling the truth, Your Honor. You saw in the room, and I'll show it to you in a minute. The chest that she got the gun from, it's a chest on the floor. It has one of those pretty substantial lids that you have to flip up to get the gun, locate the gun, pick the gun out of the 4 guns, and stand up. If Noonan was standing right there in the door frame, that would have never happened. All those events, that little series of events, he would have been able to stop it. He would have stopped it. It tells you that he's down the steps. He was interested in the distraction downstairs. He saw Kelsey folding some baby clothes, getting baby things ready. His attention, it's human nature. His attention was drawn to go back down the stairs. He walked down the stairs 2 or 3 steps, 4 steps, whatever. And Kelsey told you, straight up, that was my chance. And she took it. And she went in the chest, Exhibit 51, Your Honor, I'll show you right now. She went in that chest, flipped up that lid, got the gun, stood up. She told you again, she's a moral person. She tried to keep the gun concealed. She made the motion like this, Your Honor, where she put the gun like this and she kind of walked over here. But she didn't want the police to see her with a gun. She held the gun to her stomach area. She walked to a clear area, and she put the gun to her head. And that's what I mean when I say Officer Noonan came back up the stairs, and what did he walk into? He didn't walk into some Rambo woman trying to shoot him in the face. He walked into Kelsey, who you now know a little bit from her testimony. He walked into Kelsey's room, and Kelsey had a gun to her head. And he walked into a suicide in progress room. And the man that had just been holding a baby, that she chose to hold a baby, that she chose to feed her baby, walked into her suicide in progress. The gun was nowhere near Noonan. There was no threat to Noonan. And the law says that you may not, an officer may not use deadly force on someone who is exhibiting danger only to themselves. And that's offered to Your Honor twofold, in the sense that it shows that this was not a reasonable use of force, and it shows you that his knowledge of that statute, as he said on the stand, gives him a motive to lie. He knows that this is not a good shooting. He knows this is not a clean shooting. And that gives him a motive here, Your Honor. And like all of us, we all make mistakes. He overreacted and he shot. He had the look on his face, panicked, flustered, he shot. He had made a mistake by leaving her there, walked down the steps, a few steps, and that gave her the chance. And when he did this, he knew immediately, Your Honor, that he had to do just that. Filtered through the legal lens, Your Honor, that tells us that Kelsey had no intent. She had no intent to harm him. There's no assault here because she didn't have the intent to do so. As the fact finder, you can consider everything you said about motive, that she lacked any motive to harm this gentleman. In fact, it was the opposite. She thought well of him. She knew Justin did this to her. She had just trusted him with her baby, and she had tried several times to get these officers away from the situation. No intent to harm him, no motive driving her mindset to do so. Reasonable doubt, burden of proof, Your Honor. Where the evidence supports a reasonable and more plausible alternative, and that's shown here by Kelsey's testimony. It cannot be said that Commonwealth has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. There is reasonable doubt. When there are two plausible versions of what happened, that itself is reasonable doubt. The versions themselves, Your Honor, show reasonable doubt. Kelsey's version rings true. Noonan's version is all over the place. Noonan's version is contradicted by the strong consensus of everybody else in the house. Noonan portrays a couple different stories, but if you want to pick one where it's this drawn-out potential gun battle, where she's backpedaling, sidestepping, tapping, racking, there's commands going on, that takes time. It takes time for me even to say it. Never mind do it. And that's belied by everything everybody else in the house says. Everyone else says, Kelsey no, 2 shots in quick succession, bam, bam. That does not fit with what Noonan said happened. So, on that alone, Your Honor, as a fact finder, I suggest that your duty is accomplished quickly, because there are 2 extremely divergent versions of this event. And Noonan's version has changed itself. Noonan's version is inconsistent with who you now know Kelsey is as a person. It's self-serving. And like I said, it makes him untouchable. And when you judge it against everyone in the house, he's the only one with the Rambo story. Everyone else has what Kelsey says. He walks into a suicide in progress, he sees it, he reacts, Kelsey no, bam, bam. Brain freeze, mistake. Has to cover it up immediately. What else do we have? You know, when you're a fact finder, you want to look for corroboration. What's the corroboration on either side of this thing? Or lack of corroboration, which is what really it is here. You know, the big one, the big elephant in the room is that this department has no body cameras. We wouldn't even be here if they had body cameras. There's no evidence other than people's words. He said versus she said. That's oftentimes, almost all the time, not a good place to start for the Commonwealth. How many of these guys didn't do reports? What's up with that? Why didn't Trooper Strong put the body camera video on the witness he's interviewing? There's no science. The testimony of everyone else in the house shatters his narrative. Kelsey Fitzsimmons has been blessed. She should be dead 2 times over. By her own hand and by the hand of Officer Noonan, who shot her. She's blessed. She's here today, and she has a new lease on life. Maybe that's why the investigation is what it is. And maybe that's why the story is so sloppy, because nobody expected her to be here today to tell her truth. But she is human. And as a fact finder, I want to respectfully ask you to consider the evidence, consider the lack of motive, the lack of intent, the inconsistencies. The credibility contest is firmly in her camp. She came in here and she told you what happened. Unvarnished truth. And I ask you to find her not guilty. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bradl. Comment? Just a minute. Yeah.
That was a very brief closing. Only about 15 minutes. Keep it simple. We have a few minutes to skip ahead. And Gubitose is looking at all his exhibits. So he's taking out the weapon. He's putting the weapon on the table.
Yes.
And he's going to come in and guns a-blazing. And he knows the gallery is full of cops. Somebody said there's at least 20 officers. Somebody said the chief is there. Charlie Gray is there. All supporting Officer Noonan. And that's the one thing that frightens me. Does this judge have the cojones to rage against the machine? We'll see. Here's Gubitose.
I mean,
Yes.
every piece of credible evidence in this case proves one thing, that she's guilty. All the testimony, the scientific evidence, the physical evidence.
How many women in the chat, maybe men too, just got pissed off that he just referred to Kelsey Fitzsimmons as she? All the evidence points to the fact that she's guilty. He can't even say her name. Say that again.
I mean,
Yes.
every piece of credible evidence in this case proves one thing, that she's guilty. All the testimony, the scientific evidence, the physical evidence, the demonstrative evidence, everything points to one conclusion: she is guilty. Even her own testimony proves she's guilty. Because it's impossible to have happened the way she said it. It is scientifically, mechanically impossible for it to happen the way she said it. Her story.
You know what the problem is with that argument? You didn't have an expert. You don't have a reconstructionist. Fail.
For it to happen scientifically, have happened the way she said it. It is scientifically, mechanically impossible for it to happen the way she said it. Her story is that she grabbed a gun, put it to her head, pulled the trigger, and it clicked. The chamber was empty. That's what her story is. And that's what Officer Noonan's story is, too. She pulled the trigger, clicked, nothing came out. There wasn't a round in the chamber. She even said, she told everybody how stupid I am. I tried to kill myself with an empty gun. But what do we know about the guns? What do we know about her gun? Because after she went to the floor, Lieutenant David picked it up, put it on the bed. Officer Noonan picked it up and put it on the table. And then Officer Ford came in the room. And what happened then? Officer Noonan said, secure that gun, make it safe. And so what did he do? He took the gun, he found that black box was safe. He made sure that was empty, he turned it over. He pulled out the magazine that you can see right here. He opened the chamber, and there was a round in the chamber. He dumped it out into this safe and put the firearm in it. And then they stood watch on that until State Trooper Bonasaro took it back in the lab. That magazine that you have in evidence contains 16 rounds. It was a 17-round capacity gun. It contains 16 rounds, plus the one that was in the chamber. 17 rounds. As we know, there are only two ways to get a bullet into the chamber. One is if there's already a bullet in the chamber. Someone pulls the trigger. A bullet comes out, the casing comes out, the chamber's open, the spring allows another bullet to come up. That's one way, and we know that didn't happen here. The gun didn't fire because the chamber was empty. The only way a bullet gets in this chamber, other than that way, is if someone racks the gun. She said she didn't rack the gun, but there was a bullet in the chamber. She did rack the gun. What did Officer Noonan say? She pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. He
just picked up the gun, pointed the gun, I don't know, in the judge's direction, but maybe to the right of the bench, and pulled the trigger in his demonstration. I hate when they do this in court. Come back and look at this again. Maybe someone else racked her gun to make it look like there was a bullet in the chamber, to make his story more plausible. Is that possible? Come to your screen if you can. Let me just rewound it a tiny bit.
Other than that way is if someone racks the gun. She said she didn't rack the gun, but there was a bullet in the chamber. She did rack the gun. What did Officer Noonan say? She pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. She stepped back, tap-racked, tried again, didn't do it, tap-racked again, pulled it, and that's when he fired.
I have a question for you because I, was a little distracted during Kelsey's testimony during portions of it. I had, a lot going on here with the chat and just, did Kelsey testify she did not tap rack the gun, or did she just not mention it in her testimony? Did Gubitose ask her if she tap racked the gun and she said no? Because I don't remember that either. I mean, I remember his cross being pathetic. And I remember his cross not even talking about the incident. She didn't mention it. Remember, she was shot in the chest, airlifted away. She didn't mention it in her testimony, but you also didn't ask her. Thank you. I thought so. He's gaslighting us. And he didn't want to ask her. Because if she said, oh, yes, I did, I must, it was happened very quickly. I was shot. I was in shock. He didn't ask her. Here you go. Let's do that again. Twisting himself into a pretzel to clear Noonan and find Kelsey Fitzsimmons guilty of what? Assault?
Officer Noonan said, she pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. She stepped back, tap-racked, tried again, didn't do it, tap-racked again, pulled it, and that's when he fired. She put a round in that chamber. That's the only way it got there. Her story can't be true. She got up on that stand and she lied to you.
She wasn't asked.
It's scientifically and physically impossible for her story to have happened the way she said. That's what the evidence shows. But she didn't just lie to you then. She lied again. She lied at the scene about where the guns were. And she admitted that, and I understand that, right? And she said she lied to the police because she decided to kill herself. But when did she say she said that? They had been to the house. They had talked to her, according to her. She now started contemplating all of the ramifications of what's going to happen to her. Because she's losing her life.
I'm zooming in on the judge's face because the judge is all of us right now. Kelsey Fitzsimmons lied to you. Hear that again. I want to see what the judge's reaction is when he says that.
Up on that stand and she lied to you. It's scientifically and physically impossible for her story to have happened the way she said. That's what the evidence shows. But she didn't just lie to you then. She lied again. She lied at the scene about where the guns were. And she admitted that, and I understand that, right? And she said she lied to the police because she decided to kill herself. But when did she say she said that? They had been to the house. They had talked to her, according to her. She now started contemplating all of the ramifications of what's going to happen to her. Because she's losing her life, her job, her son is being taken away, all of these things. And so she's going that over her head. And then minutes later, as she's walking through the house, she says, my gun's in the basement. Because that's the time she made the decision to kill herself. Later on. And we know that's a lie. We know that's a lie because what was one of the first things that experienced in the play?
Oh, shoot. Hold on.
The school. And defense counsel asked David, you guys.
Hold on. I got to go back a little bit because I jumped.
And you know what else she lied about?
Oh, is something funny, Mr. Gubitose?
Who was invited to her wedding, something happened to her. Because she's losing her life, her job, her son is gone.
And he said, oh, God damn it.
That's what the evidence shows. That's the only way it got there.
Or a little bit here.
But when did she say she said that? They had been to the house. They had talked to her, according to her. She now started contemplating all of the ramifications of what's going to happen to her. Because she's losing her life, her job, her son.
Because she's losing her life, her job, her son. This man. I think I hate this man. Hate strong words. She's losing her life, her job, her son. No big work. No big whoop. Yeah, too bad, so sad. Listen to that again. I'm sorry, I had to rewind. It got lost in the shuffle.
Happened to her. Because she's losing her life, her job, her son is being taken away, all of these things. And so she's going that over her head. And then minutes later, as she's walking through the house, she says, my gun's in the basement. Because that's the time she made the decision to kill herself. Later on. And we know that's a lie. We know that's a lie because what was one of the first things they asked her when they went to that house? They asked her to put the baby down because they were concerned with the baby, told her the restraining order, what the parameters were, and asked her where your guns are. When she was still sitting on the sofa. They weren't waiting to ask that question so she was already walking around the house. No way. And what did she say there? They're in the basement. And we know she said it there before she moved around the house, which is untrue. Because her friend, Officer Houston, who was invited to her wedding, says it also. He says, Sergeant Daly asked. And then remember what he said? He said, I was in the living room, she was sitting down, and then I saw a gun case on the other sofa. And so I opened it up to see. And she said again, I already told you the guns are in the basement.
This is laughable. He's got nothing else. And he's completely glossing over the fact that they never looked for the guns, even though that they were on notice. That things could go really bad, per Courtney on her recording to North Andover PD, per Justin telling them, you know, she may try and kill herself for the baby when you go serve her with this. And they didn't secure the guns, but you're going to focus on Kelsey lying about the guns when she already testified and admitted to lying about it because she didn't want them to take them because she wanted to take her own life. Hey, guy. Okay, guy. Go on with your bad self. You got nothing.
Now, why at that point did she say that? We don't know.
She told you.
She didn't tell us because she lied to us about why she said it later. Because we know she didn't say it later. So she lied again. You can't trust her. She also lied about knowing that her mom was in the house. She was upstairs. The officer, Noonan, I think it was, Noonan heard an older woman's voice down there and said, who is that? She says, I have no idea. She doesn't know her own mother's voice, her best friend that she just talked to come to the house. And she said she didn't know whose voice it was. Another lie. She said,
I think that was Courtney who came in the house. And just because someone described it as an older woman's voice, Kelsey didn't say it was an older mother's voice. Again, twisting the narrative to clear a police officer from a bad shoot. Seems like to me. Listen to that again.
Her best friend, Noonan heard an older woman's voice down there.
Noonan said it was an older woman's voice. She knew her mother was there, didn't she? She called her mother to come over. She didn't know that Justin was there, and she certainly didn't know that Courtney would be there. Doesn't that make more sense?
And said, who is that? She says, I have no idea. She doesn't know her own mother's voice, her best friend that she just talked to come to the house. And she said she didn't know whose voice it was. Another lie. She said on the stand yesterday that she didn't know Justin was in the house. And we know that's a lie too, because what happened when the three of them were upstairs? It's Noonan, it's Houston, and it's the defendant. She hears him downstairs. Houston hears him downstairs, and she says, keep him away from me. I don't want him in my house, or something to that effect. And that's when Houston went down to make sure he wasn't coming up and went to the basement. She knew he was in the house. She absolutely did, and she lied to you when she said she didn't yesterday. And you know what else she lied about? Something so simple, but it shows who she is. The restraining order. She said, the restraining order was taking my dog away. It says it. It doesn't say that. Nothing about the dog in there. I could go on about the lies, but I want to talk about the credible evidence. The credible evidence in this case.
Her mom had left right before they got there, but then she called her and she came right back because she wasn't far away. Is he seeing that? Is he saying the restraining order did not have the dog in it? If anybody has the restraining order, can you shoot me a copy to my email, because it's on my old device and this is my new device. My email's in the show notes, fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. We're going to have some stuff to do before the judge break. I think he's going to break until 2. Perhaps. He may have his decision ready already. Likely he was drafting it all last night, in my opinion.
Evidence. On about the lies, but I want to talk about the credible. I could go on about the lies, but I want to talk about the credible.
Right.
I could go on.
Stop.
Nothing about taking my dog away.
All right, here it is, the
She
restraining order.
said the restraining order was taking my dog away. It says it. It doesn't say that. Nothing about the dog in there. I could go on about the lies, but I want to talk about the credible evidence. The credible evidence in this case. When Lieutenant Daly got a call, actually got a visit from Justin Lane when he was in the lobby of the PD. And Justin told him he got into an IA against Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And Detective Daly knew that she had been touching before, that she had guns, that they were taking the child away from her for a period of time. And so what did he do? He called Officer Houston. He asked Houston to call Daly to meet up. And why did he say he did that? He said because those two are cool, calm, and collected. They don't panic. They keep things calm. That's what he said. And that's why when he called Houston, he said, can you call Daly, we gotta do this. And so he wants you to believe, defense counsel, that Pat Newman was cavalier about, oh, okay, sounds good, we have to serve a restraining order, but that's not what happened. He was mischaracterizing it, and I hope you remember, in the grand jury minutes, because Houston had called Pat and said, hey, we gotta serve an order, can you meet me by the school? Pat said, sounds good. It wasn't until he got over there, it wasn't until Lieutenant Daly was there that they learned really what they were going to do.
Did the grand jury minutes come into evidence? I don't remember that.
Pat said, sounds good. It wasn't until he got over, can you meet me by the school? Pat said, called Pat and said, hey, we gotta serve an order, can you meet me by the school? Pat said, sounds good. It wasn't until he got over there, it wasn't until Lieutenant Daly was there that they learned really what they were going to do. And they went over there. And defense counsel asked Daly, you guys were cavalier about it, you knew her, weren't worried about the guns, all this stuff. And Lieutenant Daly said, no. No. His quote was, we had an increased level of diligence. Everyone was more on point because they did know what they were walking into. They did know. They did know that she had been sectioned before. They did know there was going to be a baby in the house. They did know that she had guns. They did know at that point that she had parked her car far away. This is all going to what they were thinking at that point. They did know all those things. And they did know Justin's concerns. He said, according to Lieutenant Daly, I'm worried she's going to kill the baby, kill herself, and kill someone else.
And yet, you didn't even try and secure the guns. You knew she had guns. You knew she got her guns back. You knew she was scheduled and cleared to return to work in 4 days. You knew they were in the house, and you did nothing to secure them. And Justin even told you that he got his own guns out of the house, but he left hers there. Why didn't they ask Justin where the guns were? If they're already walking into this house, not believing a word that she says, but they do trust her on where the guns are. And then they let Justin down into the basement where they think the guns are with unfettered access to the guns. It makes no sense.
So that's what they were thinking when they went into this house. That's the credible evidence when they went in there. And what did they do when they went in there? They sat her down and they allowed her, or maybe they asked her, I can't remember, to go around and get some stuff for the baby because she knew Justin was coming to get the baby. And they were in her pocket the whole time. They followed her around the house, at least two of them, while she did that. And you know that because even Officer Houston said, I was in her pocket. We went into the kitchen, and I noticed there were butcher blocks with knives on it, with knives in it. And they were concerned. There was no chance they were leaving her alone. No chance they were leaving her alone.
I'm going to show you some video after this. Remind me. Didn't Kelsey say she was packing up the baby seat upstairs and putting some clothes in it and trying to get them to bring the baby seat downstairs? We saw a video of Justin carrying the baby seat out of the house before the shooting. So somebody left her out of pocket.
Officer Newman. Officer Newman. All of the testimony that you've heard about Officer Newman, even from the defendant, he's a gentleman, he's experienced, he is by the book in his training and experience, starting in the military, through boot camp, through security forces school, security forces squadron, with all the training he had, and Humvees and helicopters, and the SWAT team, 2 times a month training, clearing rooms, clearing buildings, hostage situations, missing persons, shoot, no shoot scenarios, twice a month, and a 40-hour block every year. For over a decade he did that. And he moved to Lawrence, as far as the department goes, because it was busier, and he had more experience. He was cool, calm, and collected. There's no doubt about that. And to say when they're upstairs and he walks away and leaves her alone because he heard a commotion that Officer Houston was going to attend to is a joke. It really is. Now, how do you know they were going by the book at that point? And how do you know they were vigilant? Because they followed around everywhere. Because both Houston...
Did he just say vigilant? They were going by the book by allowing the person holding the restraining order to come within the home of the person they have a restraining order against by not securing the weapons? What is vigilant, sir? Did you mean vigilant? Again, this is in defense of Noonan. Noonan's not on trial here. This is that again.
It really is a joke that walks away and leaves her alone upstairs. And he walks away and leaves her alone because he heard a commotion that Officer Houston was going to attend to is a joke.
You know, it's a joke. This whole farce of a trial. A joke that you handcuffed a woman to a hospital bed on bogus charges, and the grand jury didn't indict her on the top charge of attempted murder. And yet you continue with this persecution of women where they've been trying witches since 92. It's a shame that this was moved from the Salem courthouse to Lawrence, because Salem would be much more fitting. You know, it's also a joke, but not really. The fact that Charlie Gray, the chief of police in North Andover, is sitting back there in the gallery supporting his boy Noonan, has had several lawsuits against him for treating women in the department unfairly, for the cruel jokes that he played on them. That's a joke, sir.
It really is.
It really is.
Now, how do you know they were going by the book at that point? And how do you know they were vigilant? Because they followed around everywhere. Because both Houston and Officer Newman said she kept handing us things, and we kept putting them down. We wanted our hands free. Because they were ready for whatever happened. Hopefully nothing did, but ready for whatever happened.
Clearly
So
they weren't.
point, Houston.
Clearly they weren't, because she was able to get the gun out of that big ass trunk and lift up the big ass lid of that trunk. And if he had eyes on her the whole time, why didn't he stop her when she was opening the trunk, not knowing what was in there? He was so vigilant. He was in her pocket. She was in his pocket. How'd she get the drop on him then, if he was so vigilant? Come on, man. And then somebody puts that shoebox on top of that trunk to make it look like that's where she got the gun from. Come on, man.
And Noonan are upstairs, and the defendant goes into her room. And she hears Justin. And Houston goes down to speak to Peace to make sure he's dead. And Officer Noonan is watching her. He's watching her. And she's on one knee. And she lunges, and she disappears. And she emerges with this, pointing at him like...
How do you lunge on one knee? I don't know. I'm just curious. Maybe instead of brandishing this firearm around and pointing it in the general direction of the clerk now, but a little bit to the right. Maybe you could get on one knee and show us how one would lunge on one knee, open up the trunk, take the gun out, whip it around like a ninja. And Noonan was just standing there like, duh. Or he wasn't. Can't have it both ways.
She is trained to do with this. She lunges, and she's on one knee, and she lunges, and she disappears. And she emerges with this, pointing at him like she is trained to do. Click at his face. And what does he see next? He draws.
Is she still on one knee and in the lunge position after she opens the trunk, pulls out the weapon, goes like this at his face? That makes no sense. That's what makes no sense. There was no door in that doorway. It's a tiny room. It's a tiny landing. If Noonan is where he says he was, he absolutely would have seen her do all of those things. And if she did disappear, then he didn't have eyes on her the whole time. You cannot, both things cannot be true. He's pissing me off.
Draws his weapon, and what does he see next? He draws his weapon, and he says, his testimony, it kind of slowed down. The whole thing took maybe 4 seconds, maybe even 3.5 seconds. His training has kicked in. His experience has kicked in. It was a surprise to him, certainly, because she got the drop on him. And why did she do this?
Okay, it can't be both a surprise to him and also they walked into the house expecting all of these things to happen. Both things can't be true. He can't be surprised when something like this happens. And also, they all knew when they were going to go serve this restraining order that bad things were going to happen. Pick a lane, dude. Pick a lane. Is it me? Unfortunately, the defense doesn't get a chance to rebut this complete and total bullshit.
Who knows? Maybe he's right. Maybe she was going through him to get to justice. Maybe she was just so upset she was going to shoot anybody in front of her. Maybe she wanted him to shoot her. We don't know because she lied about it. We don't know. But the fact is, she started to shake, she started to tremble, and she lunged for the gun that he couldn't see.
Oh.
And what happened after she flipped? She stepped back, and now he knows, based on his training experience in the clip, there is not a round in the chamber. He knows that, and so he doesn't shoot. According to the defendant's testimony, he had every right to shoot at that point. And you know what? He actually did. He had a right to shoot her at that point. If you point a gun at a cop and pull the trigger, they get to shoot. But he didn't. Because he was controlled and disciplined. That's the way his career went. And so she steps back, crack, and tries to do it. He doesn't shoot her then. And what's he doing at this point? Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. Because he knows the threat isn't there, really, because there still wasn't one in the chamber. Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. He is being disciplined like we wish every police officer, every law enforcement agent in this country was. He should be applauded for his actions on that day.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay.
Tap back again. Now he knows one's in the chamber. Threat's on. She starts to raise it, and he shoots. He shoots twice to stop the threat. He stopped shooting when the threat was neutralized. Defense counsel, during his cross-examination, well, you would have unloaded her gun. No, that's not what you do. You shoot until the threat is neutralized. She was now down on the ground. But his training and experience are still taking over at this point, because what does he do? He still has his gun on her, because the gun's still there. You can't see it. Lieutenant Daly comes in, Lieutenant Houston comes up, and what does Officer Houston say that he sees when he comes upstairs? That Officer Noonan is standing there with the gun low and ready. His training is still taking place. He's still doing what he was trained to do. The gun is put on the bed. He's calm and collected. He takes the gun and moves it away so people are safe. He's deliberate in those actions. When it's away from her, he starts to tend to her. Officer Core comes in and he asks Officer Core to make the gun safe. He's cool, calm, and collected. That's what Lieutenant Daly expected, and that's what he was. He didn't make a mistake. That's what the credible evidence shows. And what did he say to Officer Houston after it? And this just goes to state of mind, I know. That she pointed the gun at me, and it clicked. and she tried dragging him away. Immediately after, this wasn't him saving his hide or protecting himself. Seconds after this happened, that's what he said.
So because he said it seconds after, that makes it more true? Because he's so smart and he has so much training and he's so experienced. And yet he's not smart enough to say she pointed her gun at me to protect himself from a bad shoot immediately after it happens. Okay. He's putting on a show, by the way, for Chief Gray of North Andover PD and the 20 or so officers that are sitting in the gallery surrounding Noonan as a big show of support, just so you know.
Every piece of credible evidence points to the inescapable fact that she is guilty. Every piece of physical evidence, scientific evidence, mechanical evidence, every piece of testimony from Daly to Houston to Core, even Lauren Page, the mother, even the defendant corroborates what Officer Newman says. Every piece. Your Honor, I would suggest to you there is only one fair and just verdict in this case, and that is guilty. Thank you.
Moving to a sidebar.
I'd like to speak to counsel anybody at sidebar for scheduling purposes.
Did he say unmistakable? Unmistakable?
I want you to talk, man.
Nice guy in the court. Before we get back to real time, everyone's going to sidebar now. Somebody said Mark Bradl. Oh, is he going to focus? He's going to focus on the rug? There's not even a jury in the room. Can we look at the gallery? All right, they're coming back. Can we get back to the smirk on Noonan's wife's face?
I'm just going to counsel return. All right, so while you folks are returning, counsel returning to counsel table, I'm just going to. We went to sidebar for two reasons. One was Mr. Bradl has a series of objections that he'd like to lodge about the Commonwealth's closing, which I'm going to give you an opportunity to do in open court with the Commonwealth in open court responding. And also I went over the schedule. So as I told counsel, my intention is to take as long of a period of time as I need to reach a verdict, provide the court staff and counsel with 30 minutes notice, and come out and announce my verdict, some of my reasoning here in public, and whatever time that works. In other words, if it's during our traditional lunch break, so be it. You folks will have a half-hour notice, which means that you'll be able to go and have coffee or lunch or whatever, as long as you can get back here. All right, so that's how we've worked that out. We also discussed at sidebar the fact that in a jury trial, we never provide the jurors with ammunition and a firearm, even with the trigger block. At the same time. So my intention is that Mr. Ruane, our assistant clerk, will keep possession of the ammunition, and the firearm will come back in chambers with me along with the other exhibits. When and if I need the ammunition, will be switched out. All right. Okay. Globally, have I discussed have I said in open court what we discussed?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So Mr. Bradl, I'll hear you on the objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Judge, traditionally we do this at sidebar, but as you mentioned, we don't have a fact finder here that we need to talk off to the side to. So in open court, I'm happy to do this. Sure. Yep, I'll go back over everything I said at sidebar, Your Honor. Judge, the first objections I have to counsel's closing argument center on ballistics issues. The first part is that counsel picked up the gun and used it 3 times. Prior to that, counsel provided what I would consider to be expert testimony on the operation of the gun. I think it exceeded the scope of what Detective Bonasaro talked about. He said that it had to be a scientific certainty that this gun was racked by Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Mischaracterizes the defense position that we're not saying necessarily that it did or didn't happen. We said that Kelsey Fitzsimmons didn't rack the firearm. And we have a completely different version of events. So no one's saying that it didn't happen. We're saying that Kelsey didn't do it. And to characterize it like, you know, that it had to be racked by Kelsey Fitzsimmons is not fair argument, and it mischaracterizes the state of the evidence. The second objection relative to ballistics, Your Honor, is that counsel was acting out. I believe it was the second time he picked up the firearm. Counsel was acting out on Noonan's story that Ms. Fitzsimmons had accessed the firearm from the chest and picked it up to point it at Noonan's face. And on Noonan's testimony, she just pulled the trigger and it clicked. Counsel's acting it out. Prior to pulling the trigger, counsel wrapped the firearm and then pulled the trigger. And that's not what happened on even Noonan's testimony.
I'm happy to allow you to make a record, but the fact that there's 2 different versions of what folks testified about is fair game. What the issue right now is whether the Commonwealth argued items that were not in evidence or attempted to draw inferences from items that were not in evidence. So the disagreement about the racking is just not before me.
Well, that's why I bring it up, though, Judge, because this racking issue has been brought up to the forefront, and he did something that is not part of the evidence. No one says that she racked the gun before the first shot, and that's what he did when he acted it out. So that's why it's a mischaracterization. I'll just rely on Your Honor's discretion.
That's not what Mr. Gubitose did, though.
I did see him rack the firearm before he fired the second shot. He did it the second time, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm having trouble understanding. Again,
it's just that when you act out the testimony, you have to do it accurately, and he didn't.
I'm going to say this in open court, and it won't be the last time I say it. Whether or not Officer Noonan exercised reasonable use of deadly force is not before me. That is not my decision.
I agree with you, and I say it on credibility.
And hold on, and whether the North Andover Police Department followed procedure in executing, serving this restraining order is not before me. Child custody is not before me. All right, visitation is not before me. What's before me is, has the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant pointed that firearm for any perceptible amount of time at Officer Noonan? Okay, so all of this is just not helpful.
And I offer it on credibility, though, Your Honor.
Okay.
Also, the Commonwealth said that on the scene, Ms. Fitzsimmons didn't say part of her story there, so therefore she's making it up. And whenever the Commonwealth tries to argue that somebody, a defendant, didn't say something, that's very dangerous ground for the Commonwealth, Your Honor, that the defendant is under no burden whatsoever to say anything, Your Honor. And here to suggest that she's lying because she didn't say part of her story when she's shot in the chest at the scene is unfair argument, but it also violates her right to remain silent. And it's an intrusion on that, so I would object to that. I ask you not to consider that, Your Honor.
Except that, Mr. Bradl, she waived her right to remain silent, right? She testified. So
at the scene, though, Judge.
Isn't it fair game for the Commonwealth to discuss the testimony that your client offered?
The testimony, yes, but he's saying that at the scene, she didn't say XYZ when she didn't have to say XYZ at the scene. And that's, you know, The Commonwealth can only argue that when a defendant makes a comprehensive statement and leaves something out of it. You can't say that especially in her condition, that she didn't say something and therefore she's a liar. She has a right to not say anything. So that's my point on that, Judge. And then the last two more issues, Judge, is that there was a mischaracterization of the evidence where counsel stated that Justin Elaine told the officers in the lobby of the police station that Kelsey will kill someone else. He added that to the statement that you might recall, that he said he wouldn't be surprised if she didn't kill the baby right in front of them. That was the statement. He added in that she would kill someone else, which in this case is a very dangerous mischaracterization, that he's ascribing an intent to my client that she wanted to kill someone else, which didn't happen. That was not the statement. So that's a very important, very dangerous, very unfair, very prejudicial misrepresentation of what was attributed to Justin Elaine in the lobby. She never said anything about killing someone else. He didn't even he didn't say that she said that. So I ask you to strike that and not consider it. And the last thing, Judge, about lying about the dog on the restraining order, Your Honor, that trying to take her dog. And it is in the complaint to the restraining order by Justin Elaine.
I know he's trying to do a second closing, but the evidence is what the evidence is.
Yeah, but Judge, you can't say, when you have the discovery on the point, you can't say that something is a lie when you have the papers that show it's not a lie. And the box was checked in the complaint to get her dog. So that's a mischaracterization of the evidence that needs to be corrected, Your Honor. And that's my last point. Thank you.
So, Commonwealth, from my perspective, with all due respect to Mr. Bradl, who's done a terrific job advocating for his client, I view that as nothing more than a rebuttal to the Commonwealth's closing. So I'll give you a few minutes to rebut these things. Let me say this, though. I don't believe that there was any evidence before me that Miss Fitzsimmons was sectioned previously. I think that the way I view the evidence is that this is what the police believed. It was part of their state of mind in serving it. But I'm at a loss, frankly, that, in other words, what I'm saying, Mr. Bradl, is out of all the items that you argued about the Commonwealth purportedly arguing something not in evidence.
Yes.
This sectioning, alleged sectioning that happened prior to this.
Yes.
There's no evidence of that before me. There's mention of it, and it goes to the officer's state of mind. So, and that's all that in fairness, that's all that you argued, Mr. Gubitose. But I guess what I was getting at is if there was anything at all that came close, that would have been it. But Mr. Gubitose, I'll give you a few minutes for your rebuttal to the rebuttal.
So he didn't agree with any of Bradl's objections, and the one thing he did agree with was the prior sectioning that never should have been come in and he shouldn't consider is the one thing that Bradl didn't say in his objections. That's what he's saying.
I don't think I trust you to have sifted through what's relevant, what's not relevant. The evidence is what the evidence is. Closings are not evidence. I would suggest to you that, yes, I do concur that I argue the evidence that came from the witness stand and from the exhibits to Ravanasaro absolutely describe the ways that a firearm works and how a round gets into the chamber, and I limited my explanation of that to what he described and the like. I don't need to make a second close. Thank you.
You just did that.
I'm a lawyer. What do you think about
I respect that, both sides. All right, so at this point, why don't we, I said that I was going to step off for the gathering of the evidence. Let me not do that. I'd like the council to just make sure that all the evidence, the exhibits are in order. You'll note your intent on both sides. If you folks can take a look at the verdict form as well, I don't know if you already have, it's not complicated, but you want, Mr. Bradl, have you seen the verdict form?
No.
All right, so one of you, officer behind. Officer.
Okay, now they're going to pay on the gallery. Let's see. In the red shirt there, that's Lauren. I think behind her is Lori Mullen. Wait, hold on. Lauren, that's Lori Mullen, I think, in the blue blazer. Noonan's wife, looks like fellow officers. I don't know what Charlie Gray looks like.
Same one, first one, first one.
All right, content with the verdict form, but we're still working on the exhibit.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, is that Mazza right behind them? Hold on. Was Mazza going to court today? I can't tell if that's Mazza or not in the black suit. Sitting right behind Noonan. It is? Okay, cool.
About the availability. This was checking with our court officers about the availability of this courtroom this afternoon. So check.
ADA Gubitose on behalf of the Commonwealth, is the Commonwealth content with the exhibits?
Yes.
Attorney Bradl on behalf of the defendant, is the defendant content with the exhibits?
Yes.
And that would be for both of you, exhibits number 1 through 98,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Place the chalk, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, and the jury instruction.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, 98, I thought we had, what were there, 100 exhibits?
No, 98.
Okay. I'm sorry, okay. So in this ruling, I think it makes sense as in a jury trial for you to swear our court officer.
Could you all raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear that you will keep the court in some convenient place until he has agreed that you will not suffer any person to speak to him, nor speak to him yourselves, unless by order of the court, or to ask him if he has agreed? And when he has agreed, you will return him into court unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God.
We will stand at recess for final deliberation.
All right, please.
Exit the courtroom. Please exit the courtroom.
Please exit the courtroom. All right, let's see. They show the gallery again at all. Judge said he would give a half an hour's notice before he renders his verdict. And so I think it's going to happen today. I think it may happen before 2 o'clock. I feel like he was probably up all night drafting his verdict in decision form so that it's well reasoned. I don't know which way he's going to go. I had a feeling yesterday, but today, after listening to some of the judge's comments, I just don't know. I don't know which way the judge is going to go. Is the judge going to be willing to stand up and rage against the machine of the police department in this town where I don't know where the judge is from. Judge McCarthy Nyman does live in North Andover. That was one of the reasons to try and get her off the case. A lot more you hear. Over 16,000 of you here. Do you guys want to rewatch the closings? They're very short. Let me know in the chat if you want to rewatch the closings because we got time to kill before he comes back with his verdict. Queen City Lady says, did you see that Afro man was ordered to pay half of plaintiff's court costs? Crazy. Yes, I talked about it yesterday. I thought it was nuts. I thought it was nuts. Fats Baby Mom, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. You can just rewind, I guess. No, people are like, no, not really. New Jersey Terry, today's my birthday. Kelsey's going to be acquitted today. Love you and the cupcakes. Happy birthday, Terry. Thanks for your super chat. I'll allow. It says, according to Jess Machado, you are Courtney Healy's emotional support attorney. Just heard you on Courtney's TV all night the last 2 nights. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Thanks for your 5. Just a mom with MS says, you know what else is wild? Is Santa could have been praised for trying to stop her self-exit, but instead the pension rules matter more. Stun BPR says, hi, love your channel. Hope the North Andover Fire Department drug test Hunter too. Oh, is Hunter also a firefighter? Hold My Halo says, thanks for all you do. I've worked as a medic for 30 years in busy systems with 2 kids around Kelsey's age. I just want to give her a hug. A lot of people have let her down. You've got this, Kelsey. Desiderata says, please hit smash a like. Please hype after the stream is over. Thank you. Jeannie says, Kelsey remains here on earth. The Lord moves in mysterious ways. Kai says, a smoking gun for Karp has to be that shoebox. I agree. Where did that shoebox come from? Why was the shoebox all of a sudden on top of that trunk? When were those photos taken? Did we ever really get an answer about when those pictures were taken? No. I don't know who FOIA and find out is, but it's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. So I don't know if you're a troll. I don't know what that is, but you've posted that in the chat 3 times. It's not my birthday. And I think that about the shoebox too, because it looks to me like those photos were staged. All right. Now you're gonna go. I mean, is that like, is it like a threat? Like what I don't even understand why you're posting that repeatedly in the chat. Wait a second. Let's see when this channel was actually created. Trolls are out in full force. Bye-bye. Justice Served on X said that Chief Gray and other NA North Andover PD are there. Yeah, they said something like 20 officers were there. All supporting Noonan. We saw them sitting around him in a show of solidarity. Tracy says Jess was asking them questions outside the courthouse. Who, the officers? Chabray. Be cool becoming in Class A to avoid Block Island, says Chabray. Too easy to do. Today will be a good day. Thank you so much for your super chat. Sonia says, be strong, Kelsey, just a little longer, sending all the love to her today and hope she's protected from the vile energy that is no doubt sitting behind her, where all the backstabbers usually are. Although there were a lot of, yeah, exactly. Evolve Mind says, Noonan, if he never left, should have seen Kelsey retrieve her weapon. We saw that trunk, right? She couldn't have just opened it real quickly without any noise or anything to grab the gun without him seeing it if he had eyes on her. She was in his pocket the whole time, right? Mark Betterow firmly said acquittal last night, says Nate Taylor. I agree. She should be acquitted because there's reasonable doubt. Anytime there's two very different sides to a story, there's reasonable doubt. It's going to come down to credibility. And Noonan's not the one on trial here. Big Boy says those cops showed up for zero reason other than to pressure the judge. Cowards. Kay Willis, the realtor, says, thanks, Melanie, for compassionately shedding light on the heartbreaking case. Thank you. You 10. Who's the bulldog sitting next to Noonan? I think the woman sitting next to Noonan is his wife. I don't know. Looked like they were holding hands, but I can't confirm. Masters of Criminology says 20 officers and chief. Who's patrolling North Andover then? Great question. Rebecca says, free Kelsey, best statement by Tim. It took me longer to say what she did. They're all jealous of her stunning beauty. She should be a supermodel. Thanks, Rebecca, for your 5. Not a Haas defendant said, did I miss something? What scientific evidence? Right. There was no expert. I mean, the alleged ballistician testified. Soap said, oh, he did that. Where's the footage, bro? Thanks for tuning in from down under. Trainer said, how do we know this Daly or Noonan didn't rack the gun when it was handed to him? Wasn't there a question about chain of custody? Weren't there some things that were left out of the reports? Is it possible that after Kelsey was removed from the home, that somebody put a bullet into that chamber to make the story more plausible? Is it possible? We've seen tampering with evidence before in Massachusetts. We've seen it, right? We're no stranger to this. So I ask you, is it possible? Yeah, he called her she. There's no doubt that she is guilty. She is the cat's mother. I know. My parents used to do that too. Who's she? The cat's mother? My father used to say that. Thanks for your deuce. Linda said the gun went through 2 other hands after it was shot, right? After she was shot, right? VM10 said Noonan racked it when he moved it from the bed. Robin said she said it clicked. She said the F word, and on the K in the word, she was shot. That's what she said. Dane says, Mel, will the judge go back and watch testimony to confirm? He has let's think about this. Does he have to rely on his notes? Because in Massachusetts, they don't do readbacks. The jury wouldn't be allowed to rewatch testimony. So I would assume that in a bench trial, the judge would be bound by the same rules that a jury would be. That's what I think. But I don't know for sure. Trainer FF Diane, how do we know this Daly or Noonan didn't rack the gun when it was handed to him? We don't. Soap said, given the judge has already made it really clear that he does not like pews, I don't know why an experienced prosecutor would pull this irrelevant mess. Thank you for your super chat again. Yarnwork Craft says not loaded after the range. That's why it was empty. All right, she did say she had just been to the range the Friday prior. Salty Owl says, your advocacy on this case and absolute incredulity at this state of affairs about these whack jobs is so important. Thank you, Melanie and the Cupcakes. Thanks all of you for being so interested in this case. Zimmy said if she lied, why didn't he impeach her? That's a great question. That's a great question, Zimmy. Amanda says, I feel like if she truly had her pew drawn at the time, then she wouldn't have been shot in the arm or the hand. Then she would have been shot in the arm or the hand, not her chest. No, I don't think so. If she had it pointed at him, he can use deadly force. No questions asked. Respectfully disagree. Thanks for your 5. Amy says, if he never left her alone like he was supposed to, she wouldn't have had time to get the gun. That's his first mistake. Am I wrong? No, I think his first mistake was not securing all of the weapons when he walked into the home. Thanks, Amy, for your 5. Stay says, Justin and Noonan should be on trial, not Kelsey. Curious and Curiouser says, if Mr. Obtuse thinks he's impressing the judge, he's in cloud cuckoo land. I'm incandescent with rage. Nick Indy said, would the dog be part of the custody order? Well, apparently it was part, there was a box checked off. Bradl cleared that up during his objections. And then when the prosecution tried to call Kelsey a liar for saying that on the stand. So says, quote, I want to talk about credible evidence in this case. Oh, you want to finish your closing so soon? Gooby dooby doo. Thanks for another super chat. Dancing in the pea patch said, even Noonan did not know Justin was in the house. Right. That's what he said. Kirsty Nursey M said, Kelsey didn't say the restraining order contained her dog. She said they tried to take my dog. That can mean a lot of things. Did he take the dog, though? I know she has her dog now. Sleepwatcher said, Mel, do these people not realize she was in a hyper-focused tunnel vision state? They've been there and this happens. You won't notice things, not lies. Thank you, Sleepwatcher, for your 10. Remember, the defense did have Dr. Zeisel. He's under retainer. He's a forensic psychiatrist or a forensic psychologist. And he was there during some of the pretrial. He will likely be there in family court, but they didn't use him for this case. And they didn't use the postpartum depression as a defense at all. Justice says Bradl objects to the Commonwealth's closing. I guess you were ahead in another stream. Thanks for being here for 10 months. Music to my soul. Per Google AI, it is common in Massachusetts for judges to include household pets in 209A protective orders to prevent them from being used as leverage or harm in domestic disputes. I think Glamma Suze was in here the other day, and I think that she said she was the first person or resident in Bristol County to ever have a pet included in in an order. She's a trendsetter. Thanks for your 10. Yellow Led Bedro says if he was watching her when she opened the trunk, she would have been found at the doorway, not at the window in the end of the bed. He's a lying liar who lies. Thanks, Kim. Good 10. Sonia says the contradictions re-mental health. They've both struggled. Noonan needed tune-ups due to PTSD. Yep. But when she has issues, she's a whack job. He sings his praises, yet he could have snapped too. Shaking my damn head. Yep. Did he have his tune-up? I don't know. Listen, Bradl didn't bash Noonan in his closing. Bradl said Noonan made a mistake. He didn't disparage him. He didn't call him a liar. But he said that his version, Noonan's version, makes him untouchable. And what did Gubitose do? Completely called the defendant a liar. Called Kelsey lots of things that I wrote down that are somewhere in my notes. But he completely disparaged Kelsey in his closing. Yeah, Bradl took the judge's note of no character assassinations. Gubitose, not so much, says Zoe. Jeannie says if they ever get together, Karen and Kelsey would have a lot to talk about. Free Karen Reed, free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Melissa says he's racked that gun 4 times. How many did she? Up top, Poppet says keep him away doesn't necessarily mean that she knew he was there. It appears to be common practice to bring the other party to the service. They're not supposed to, though. Marilyn said, if Kelsey lied during direct, why didn't Gubitose address it during cross? Praying for the judge. Thanks, Marilyn. Nana Bear said, did the judge's last comments make me nervous? I wasn't crazy about him either. Scarlett Begonia says, no matter the outcome, Kelsey is alive and well. 100%. 100%. And she's been fighting. She's been fighting for 9 months. Fighting for her life. Fighting to get out of Chicopee Women's Prison, where she was in solitary for 103 days. She had to sell her house. She hasn't seen her baby for 9 months. And she still has a fight ahead of her which is why I have the QR code for her Give, Send, Go in the corner of your screen. Every dollar counts. Rachel says, Melanie, I'm so confused. What are you thinking? I'm thinking there's a reasonable doubt. I'm thinking Kelsey's story makes more sense to me than Noonan's. I'm thinking I found Kelsey to be more credible than Noonan. Will the judge? I don't know. When is the judge coming back? When he reaches his verdict, he's going to give 30 minutes notice. So it could be anytime. Let me just make a banner here. I mean, it's not really jury deliberations. Judge is deliberating. And we wait. What are you thinking? I would never bet money on a jury. I would never bet money on a judge. If you had asked me if a reasonable judge would have agreed to change Kelsey's bail conditions to let her pee in a cup instead of torturing her with that handheld scram device, I would have said, that's a no-brainer. Of course, why not? What's the difference? She's still getting alcohol tested. I think it should be a not guilty. Will it? I hope. Thanks, Rachel. It's not my birthday. Why does everyone think it's my birthday? Thanks, Jen, for becoming a new member. Chan says, how important is the closing in a bench trial? It's nice to tie it all together for the judge, but the judge is there. I think he's already made up his mind. Great lie, I love it tune. She's already made up her mind. I think so. Thank you, Mitchell, for reminding me. Let's pull an empowerment card today, shall we? And so it's not as important as in a jury, I would say. You know, jury likes you to tie it all together for them. They're not familiar with reasonable doubt. They don't know the law. They have to be instructed on a lot of things. It's nice to tie it up for the judge, but you know, in a case like this, you may not even need to close. Bradl's was very, very short. They were each given a half an hour, and I didn't need it. I don't know how long Gubitose's was. I didn't time it because I kept stopping it. All right, here's the empowerment cards. Let's pull one for the day. All right, guys, here's a good one, and you probably needed to hear this because I know I did. You did not wake up today to be mediocre. Anybody who needed to hear that, you did not wake up today to be mediocre. Michelle says, I believe Noonan is lying to save his pension. Oh, Dancing in the Pea Patch says, the chief wrecked the gun. Lolo the good dog is hoping the judge got a good night's sleep last night. Charles says the plausibility of witnesses doesn't reach beyond reasonable doubt. Thank you for tuning in from South Africa, Charles, and for taking an interest in this case. Oh, Sheila says, I like to watch closings. I just got here. Well, you could rewind if you want. I pretty much let Tim Bradl go uninterrupted, and then I interrupted the hell out of Gubitose. You've got time, Sheila, because he's not going to be back. We'll have at least a half an hour's notice, and I think both closings together were a little longer than, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes total. Gen X said, the judge ain't got time for gossip. Good vibes. Shari, thank you for your super sticker. Nicole says, Karp was appointed in Essex, presided over Lawrence and Salem, practiced law in Newburyport, worked as a DA in Suffolk County. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nicole, for your super chat. Burden of proof is not met. Not guilty, says Lone Star State. And, you know, a judge does Understand burden of proof. UTMFT for life says, between this case, Karen Reed, and Afroman, my faith in cops is gone. There are good cops. There are good cops, and nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. Better with the Irish says, it's not about Noonan says, he know it's to defend Noonan. Thanks for being here for 16 months. Thank you, Ms. Eva127 for your super sticker. Alexander says the jury doesn't get to explain their reasoning. Isn't it prejudicial to the defendant for the judge to talk about how some of the allegations are plausible, but don't meet the burden of reasonable doubt? You mean in his decision? We're going to have to wait to see what his decision is, and if it's in writing or if he's just going to give it from the bench. My guess was that it was going to be in writing. I don't know that he explicitly said that or if that was just a vibe that I was getting from him. But I think if he's going to rule against the North Andover PD, essentially, he's going to need to reason it out. Thank you, Celine. Says, hit the like if you love me. Justice for Kelsey. The Steak Hot podcast says, how are you feeling right now? I don't have a good feeling. I don't trust anyone in Massachusetts, honestly. I don't know. I'm nervous about it. I'd like to see Kelsey get to, get a clean slate and have the opportunity to start over and start rebuilding her life. And I hope that that's what will happen here, because I hope the judge can see the reasons why Noonan's version might be, why he might have the incentive to lie. I hope. Let's take a look. I did promise I would show you this video. And of course, it comes to us from our friend, Emily C. And as I was thinking about this yesterday, it was sent to me. And today's what, the 26th? She posted this actually 2 days ago. And this has to do with the baby seat. Emily C says, just to clarify, Mr. Noonan, is this the baby seat that you put on the ground upstairs, the one that Justin is walking out of the house with at 5:05:56, which we now know is 6:05:56 because the clocks were off because of daylight savings. They hadn't been reset. Okay, so she says, just to clarify, Mr. Noonan, is it the baby seat that you put on the ground upstairs, the one that Justin is walking out of the house with at 5:05:56, 2 minutes and 41 seconds before there were gunshots, as if perhaps Kelsey finally got those few moments alone that she had been luring you out of the room for? Okay, and here we go. Let's go back to, then she put a few videos with the post. Here's the first one.
She handed me the baby seat and asked me to take it downstairs, and I told her no.
Okay, what did you do with it?
I put it on the ground. I said, we'll deal with that later. She handed me the baby seat and asked me to take it downstairs, and I told her no.
Okay, so that's on a loop. And then here we see the surveillance camera. And the time says 5:05:57, which we now know is 6:05:57. And there's Justin walking out of the car with the baby seat. Is that the same seat that Kelsey said she was packing up with clothes and asked somebody to bring downstairs? I don't know. It's on a loop right now, so it's just going to keep looping. And then there's Justin, because at 5:08:38, that's when the gunshots are, because that's when he runs away, which really is 6:08:38. So how many baby seats did they have in the house? Bradl didn't mention that in his closing. Mrs. Bouquet says, thanks for covering this trial. May justice prevail. I love you with all my heart. Oh, thank you so much for your super chat. Bridget says, play the video that you wanted us to remind you of earlier, please. That's the one. That's the one. That was it. Thanks to Emily C. for putting that together. Catastrophe says, the energy from that police presence around Noonan is super concerning. Not guilty verdict is dangerous. I pray for Kelsey's safety. Timeless hysteria says, I think the judge is wondering about the same thing about the previous section. It's a section 12 in Massachusetts. All the police used that as an excuse, but no proof of it. Not guilty. Right. Oh, no. These earrings came from... These are made by Rami Brook. Thank you, Rebecca. I had pinned them at one time too as a product that you could buy, but they're sold out. You can't find them anywhere. Sorry. These aren't Dave. These are just regular. They're like stars at the bottom or suns or something. I don't know. I like them too. Thank you very much. G. Lander says, Massachusetts has made mishandling evidence the accepted standard there. Judges don't even expect it to ever be done by the book. Thank you for your 5. Jenny says, Mel, YouTube is being petty and pulling the stream with ban. What are you talking about? They pulled my stream? No, nobody pulled my stream. I'm still on the air, right? Lola said, prayer of the innocent. Listen to my plea for justice. Pay attention to my cry for help. Listen to my honest words. I pray you will judge in my favor because you know what is right in your heart. Thank you, Lola, for your super chat. Music to my soul says, you'd be worried about how the judge reacted to Bradl's objections. What's your take on his response? Again, I have no idea what this judge is going to do. Do I think there's reasonable doubt and that she should be acquitted? 100%. Do I know this judge from Adam? No. Have I watched his demeanor during this case and a little bit of the pretrial? Yeah. Do I think that deep down he's a fair guy? Yeah. Do I think he may be nervous to rage against the machine that is the North Andover PD and the Massachusetts State Police? And I don't know. I don't know. Either way, there's going to be public outcry, right? Either way. And I bet you he wishes there was a jury here in this case right now. I bet you he doesn't want to make this decision. Right. I hope he stands up for the truth, for what I believe the truth to be. Where's the motive for Kelsey to want to shoot Noonan? There's no motive for Kelsey to want to shoot Noonan. And like Bradl said, he didn't have to prove motive. He doesn't have to prove anything. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. But the Commonwealth's evolving theory that we saw morph into something else during the trial is that Kelsey wanted to shoot Noonan so that she could get downstairs and then shoot Justin. Made that up out of whole cloth. So we're on verdict watch. Yeah, Faust was bad, but that was a jury verdict. Cat's Coffee, Cocktails, and Crime says Kelsey was shot in the back. Oh, no, Kelsey was shot in the front, but stabbed in the back. Well done. Which is more painful? Police wife supporting Kelsey all the way. Thank you for your super chat. On top, thank you for your super sticker. Deshai says, I hope judge over jury isn't a mistake. His voice was shaky. Whose voice was shaky? The judge's voice was shaky. He might have been up all night. Dancing in the pea patch says, why didn't anybody have Noonan describe in detail how Kelsey got the gun out of the chest? Didn't he say she got it out of the shoebox? Or that he thought she got it out of the shoebox? That's why the shoebox was on top of the chest for that picture. The judge's voice was shaking. David Reed says it's his daughter's 17th birthday. Happy birthday to your daughter. Michael Pepper says, I interpret the judge's dismissal of Bradl's rebuttal is that he already feels like he has all the information he needs. Cheers from Yvette and Michael in Texas. Hey, cheers, you guys. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. Another reason that I think the judge was kind of like yesterday, yeah, do you really think we need to go on The View, Mr. Bradl? I mean, it's your motion. If you want to withdraw it, you can. Do you really think we need to go on The View? I feel like Bradl's objections were a little bit more of a rebuttal. I think he was right about that. There was some mischaracterization of evidence in the closing of Gubitose and his tap rack of the firearm may have been a little much, but he's, again, preserving the record in the event of a conviction, in the event of an appeal. Thank you, Yvette and Michael from Texas. Crafty Mama, thank you for your super sticker. Jules says, I need your box of empowerment cards. Where to buy? I have an Amazon suggested list of all my favorite things in the show notes below this video, and they're on there. That's what we could do while we're waiting. We could go shopping on Amazon. I can show you all my favorite things. Jordan says, thanks for covering this case. What case is next? I can't even think about today yet, Jordan. I don't know. What do you guys want to cover next? Covering a lot of things right now. Aaron Spencer, that's not coming until I think June. The next thing on Edric Faust is not coming up until I think June. I don't know. I'm traveling end of next week, so I can't commit to doing full trial days right now. But I'm sure there'll be things to cover in the meantime. Lindsay Clancy's coming up. I don't know what the new trial date is on that. Courtney Clenny, allegedly, but it keeps getting pushed. We need the quote of the day. Did we do the quote of the day today? No, I don't think we did. Today's Thursday, March 26th. Susie says, I'm a bit worried based on something the judge said yesterday. Positive vibes and hoping for the best for Kelsey. Thanks, Susie from Canada. Today is March 26th. And today's quote from our motivational daily quotes, motivational daily calendar, is a Calvin Coolidge quote today. Just made me think about Jennifer Coolidge for some reason. No person was ever honored for what he received. Honor has been the reward for what he gave. You hear that again? No person was ever honored for what he received. Honor has been the reward for what he gave. Calvin Coolidge. I don't know why that's not focusing for you, but I guess you're going to have to just trust me, bro. Sasha's dog mom says so much reasonable doubt, but the strong police presence worries me. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, was that like an intimidation tactic? Why is it that no police showed up for the trial of the murder of John O'Keefe? And they're all showing up for Noonan. I don't know. It's just weird. right? Where were they for John O'Keefe? And here, this is 2 officers are involved in this case. Kelsey is a police officer too. No police support for her. Oh, that's not it. What just happened to my banner? Where did you go? Laura says, Melanie, thanks for always being here to cover these difficult cases for us. There's no other law tuber I trust more than you. Sweet. Thank you. Better with the Irish says, I meant that the judge saying it's nothing to do with Noonan, custody, etc., says to me, Karp understands the whole case was about defending Noonan. Yeah, but I think, no, she's not in jail now. No, she's been out of jail since 2 days before Christmas. I think he was also saying, listen, stop arguing about the things about Noonan and what he did and whether it was like, it's not, those aren't the issues here. What happened before, what happened after, what's happening in the custody situation. He knows that the issues are very narrow. And the question solely is, did the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kelsey Fitzsimmons did indeed point her firearm at Noonan? Because if she only pointed it at herself, she can't be convicted of an assault with a dangerous weapon charge. Thank you. Better with the Irish. But in order to side with Kelsey, he has to say that he doesn't believe Noonan's testimony, you see? Melissa says, I believe Kelsey 100. I'm not sure if the judge will go against the men in blue, praying he does the right thing, wearing my Nana's rosary beads and praying. Prayers up for Kelsey. Thanks. Eska became a member. Welcome. Holly said, why weren't her parents behind her? I can't answer that question. I don't know where they were in the courtroom. They didn't really show us the whole entire courtroom. And so I'm not sure where they were. Dolly says, Melanie, I got found guilty for something I didn't do. I'm very sorry that happened to you. I'm very sorry that happened to you. It's terrible. Happens every single day. What happened to my voice all of a sudden? Hold on. Oh, please. Every single day it happens. Not that that makes you feel any better. Here for Humanity says, Noonan was 100% in cover your ass mode. Kelsey spoke the truth. Free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Thank you. Jen says, I'm nervous because the Faust guy, the Faust guilty verdict. Yeah, I mean, Faust, that was a jury. This is a judge. But we got to have faith, the faith, baby. As George Michael would say, prayers up for Kelsey. Thanks, Charissa. Oh, Charissa made this awesome new logo for the corner. Look what Charissa did. It's an Afro Man cupcake. How awesome is that? Thank you, Charissa. You are incredibly creative, and I love it. And I love it. Isn't that great? Sandy D says, thanks for covering this case. Question, is the judge allowed to conduct research, watch news about the case? No, he's not supposed to. He was not supposed to. Yeah, the judge said he would give 30-minute notice before he renders his verdict. Even if it was during the lunch hour, he would still give 30 minutes notice. And he says, what affects Noonan when Kelsey is acquitted? Because regardless, he didn't follow procedure and force with a weapon to someone in crisis. There's already been an independent investigation from what I understand. And from what I understand, he's been cleared. So I don't know that anything's going to happen to him. If I am incorrect about that, let me know. Oh, friend of dog, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. You're amazing. And to all the new members that were so generously gifted, welcome. Somebody said, Zimmy said, Timu investigation. Jennifer said there was a car seat in the living room. She put the baby down in it. She's not guilty. I thought she put him in the baby like the bouncy rocker thing, but I'm not sure. I don't know if it was the car seat that she put him in or if she put him in that. Because remember we saw one of those like a, what do you call them? I forget. It's been a long time since I had an infant. It's kind of like a saucer on the bottom and you put the baby in and there's all toys around it that you can play with. Charles said, YouTube is banning any comments about the firearm. Justin is a trained EMT, but ran away like a baby. Why not go and see if he could help? That's a question a lot of people are asking, Charles. Thanks for tuning in from South Africa. No, she clarified the rocker was actually a car seat. Okay, so then whatever she was putting in the seat upstairs was different than what was in the living room. Whatever she was trying to get him to go downstairs with was something different. Exercaucer, that's what you call it. Thank you. Thank you. She said it was a car seat, but it rocked. Kelsey said they called it a rocker bouncy seat, but it was the car seat. Norman says, no woman in her right mind would date Justin knowing that he might use a 209A to break up with her with his mommy's help. Thanks for your great coverage as usual. Thank you. Thank you. I think my mood will turn around if there's an acquittal today. Thanks, Emma, for your super sticker. I appreciate you. Nicole says, you're a queen. Thanks for the awareness you bring. Oh, thank you. I feel like I've been only covering this case since, this shooting happened. Not even, it'll be almost 9 months. I guess March 30th, it'll be 9 months ago. And I started covering it, I think like July 11th. So 11 days after she was shot because I was so outraged by it. And it just feels like so much longer than that. This may be the shortest time from alleged crime to trial of any case that we have covered, right? Sue said, is it typical for an ADA to do a pew-pew demonstration in open court? We saw it in the Brian Camp trial. Remember? Am I conflating my cases? I think we saw it in the Brian Camp trial. And we were horrified. Sue says that scares the bejesus out of me. I think they also did it in Murdoch, if I remember correctly. I was not on YouTube at the time, but I was watching the trial. I don't like it. Shop and Tan for me says this ADA is grasping at straws. Wet paper straws, as I like to say. There's nothing that, well, I can't say there's nothing that annoys me more, but I really hate paper straws. Because they disintegrate within, I don't know, 15 minutes of drinking anything. I hope the judge sees right through him. We love you, Kelsey. Free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We're just waiting here. We are on verdict watch. Thank you, Cassandra, for providing me with the affidavit from the restraining order. Let's take a look at that. You guys are awesome. We'll pull that up in one moment. David says Murdoch was cringe. And this is the handwritten affidavit. Thank you, Cassandra, for doing the Lord's work. Somebody else might have sent it to me too. This was just the top one in my inbox. So that's the one I grabbed first. Let's take a look at this first. And there are a bunch of other questions to get to, but oh man, I can't read this though. That's the problem. It's because it's a photograph. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read it. Because here's what it looks like. Hang on. It's a JPEG, and so it's not that clear. Affidavit. Dated 6/28/25. No, it's not dated on or about 6/28/25. Does anybody have a clearer? Yes, I can put the give send go back up. Thank you. There's the QR code. If you're on your television, obviously. If you're on your phone watching, you can't scan the QR code, so that doesn't really help. But the link is, it should be in the show notes below. Does anybody have a PDF copy of this? Because it's just, I can't read it. It's pixelated. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a danger to myself and my son. Can't do it. If we get it, I'll bring it back to you. That was actually a PNG. A PDF form would be great. Yeah, I could try and save it as a PDF, but I don't know if that's going to make it any less. I could try. That's a good idea. If it's going to make it any less blurry, but let me see. Let me see. See, you guys are experts at everything. Oh, please. Did anybody watch Age of Attraction? Anyone? The final episode was last night. Anybody watch it? I thought it was really interesting. All right, I got one. Ryla watched it. Oh, please. We need a video to watch so I can take a little bit of a break. Tell me if there's any videos that you want to watch. Anything new out there? All right, I exported it as a PDF. Let's see if it'll work. Yes, I'm watching Scarpetta. It's really good. I'm also watching The Beast in Me, which is also really good. It's not any easier to read. Sorry, guys. You want to watch the Fervent stuff? Oh, yeah. Is that on YouTube? Let's take a look at observations from inside the courtroom from Jess Machado. One moment while I find those for you. Let's see. Judge will be back before when, you think, Mark? You think? All right, let's see. Jessica Machado, you can find her at Jess Machado Show if you choose to engage on Twitter. She also has a YouTube channel. She said 3 hours ago, good morning from Lawrence Superior Court, where we will hear closing arguments in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. Over a dozen North Andover police officers are here today, including Daly, Noonan, and Houston. I asked Officer Noonan if he still thinks Kelsey is a whack job, and asked Officer Houston if he was ever really a friend to Fitzsimmons. And there's a video of that. Hold on. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. Let's roll tape. Oh, please.
That's the girl. Sorry.
Officer Noonan, do you still think Kelsey is a whack job?
They're not answering her.
Are you guys here to support Kelsey?
They won't even look at her. They won't even turn around and look at her.
Is it hard for you as her friend to stand here today? Do you regret testifying? Not you. Unless you have something to say.
Not you. They won't even speak to her. They won't even say a word. Is it the thick blue line? The back of the blue line.
Officer Houston, were you ever really Kelsey's friend?
As they walk into the courthouse. I mean, well done, girl. Well done. Well done. Doing the journalism thing. That was 3 hours ago. And let's go to her entire thread. She says, we're waiting in line inside the courthouse to go in. Attorney Bradl is here, who was in town for a Turtle Boy hearing that has since been rescheduled. For those that are keeping track of the man who invented ice cream, Jay Brill is here in line. I don't even know what that means. We'll be hearing closing arguments today with each side limited to half hour each. There are no seats here in the courtroom available. From what I can count, there are around 20 police officers in here. There are around 45 seats total. Officers, including Noonan, were upbeat, laughing, and talking to each other outside. Kelsey Fitzsimmons' father, standing just in front of them in line, was stoic. Just want to clarify that I was told that some of the police officers here might be from Lawrence PD to support Noonan. I cannot confirm which department. There are no seats available in the courtroom. They added one chair for one more Kelsey supporter, but said that's it. Wow, I can't believe how packed it was. And they moved to a bigger courtroom for this. Bradl was seated in the front row on the side of Kelsey's father, who was in the courtroom for the first time since the trial began. The sequestration order was lifted, and any witnesses or potential witnesses are. Kelsey's mother is also here, a few seats down, with her husband. No one from the Commonwealth nor the defense has been in the courtroom yet. That was 2 hours ago. Scratch that. Bradl walks in alone like a boss. I don't know what CNR means. That last part was CNR, LOL. Bradl turns around and sees Marks. They shake hands, exchange hellos. Martha Coakley has arrived in a red raincoat, which she has walked over and placed in the jury box. She is dressed in a structured black suit. Kelsey's family and probate attorneys have arrived. The Commonwealth has arrived. Gubitose approaches Bradl, mentions either Bradl's suit or tie, reaches out and touches the lapel of Bradl's suit, and they laugh. Gubitose reaches out and shakes Bradl's hand. They both smile. 2 hours ago. The cross-arm, legged shaking ADA doesn't speak to anyone and sharply sits down. She's on her phone. Kelsey Fitzsimmons and Courtney have arrived. Courtney meaning Courtney, Tim's paralegal. Courtney has just bent down to place a bag under the desk, and Noonan was looking directly at her ass. Can somebody tell? CNR's commentary, not reporting. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Kelsey is sitting up straight in a black suit, hair down with a taupe loose shirt underneath. Martha is speaking to her while she observes the officers behind them. Kelsey keeps her head facing forward and just nods. Court officer has stated the judge is on his way. All phones and devices to be put away. Two different teams. The defense team is seated and leaned into each other, speaking quietly. Martha Coakley's hand is on Kelsey's back. Commonwealth's ADAs are sitting apart, saying nothing, staring straight ahead. Court is in session. That was 2 hours ago. We're just reading the narrative from inside the courtroom by Jessica Machado. Judge asks if they're ready to proceed. The defense goes first, then the Commonwealth. Bradl is up. And starts his closing. Your Honor, June 30th was the worst day of Kelsey Fitzsimmons' life. CNR, I will not be reporting on the closing statement specifically. I will be observing the room and those in attendance. Good. It's a good compliment to what we did because we watched them. Noonan is seated directly behind Kelsey and Bradl is staring straight ahead. Well, that's an intimidating move, right? Isn't it? For Noonan to sit directly behind Kelsey, really where there are no other seats available, sir. This is giving me vibes of Brian Albert being in the courtroom during was it Karen Reed's first trial? Staring the jury down. Judge is looking directly at Tim Bradl as he speaks. He's attentive. He just grabbed his notebook as Bradl says he wants to look at lack of motive and lack of intent. Both ADAs are seated apart, facing forward, looking down at their desks. Kelsey's father is rubbing his forehead with his hand. Martha is taking notes. Kelsey is looking at Bradl. All of the police officers are looking ahead except for one who is looking at the press box. Just pointing out that the reason that Kelsey's dad has not been in the courtroom at all is because he was on the witness list. And he was never called. Bradl says Noonan walked into a suicide in progress, an S in progress. That was 2 hours ago. Bradl says that the law, which prevents a police officer from using force against someone who's trying to inflict self-harm, which Noonan testified he was aware of, is the motive for Noonan to lie about the shooting. There's no reaction from Noonan. He is sitting straight up in his seat with his legs spread, one hand on each of his knees. Scratch that. I believe the female on the side of Noonan has her hand on his leg, and he has his hand on hers. Bradl says, we wouldn't be here if there were body cameras, and Gubitose leans over to speak with the female ADA, and they both nod their heads. I think at some point we did learn that Noonan had has a wife and a daughter, so that may be his wife. I think Kelsey told us that from her testimony. Upon further review of Melanie Little's live stream, it looks like the female has her hand on Noonan's leg, his hand on his knees. Oh, thanks, Jess, for watching. Oh, he has a son? He has a child, though, right? He has a wife and a child. Okay. Bradl is done and Gubitose jumps up. Commentary not reporting. I've seen this movie before. He has the gun on the table. Commonwealth begins and Kelsey leans over to Bradl. He just says something to her and she nods her head, almost like he told her not to react. When the ADA points to Kelsey behind him and to the judge, he says, "You can't trust her." Bradl shakes his head. Noonan continues to stare straight ahead, Coakley taking notes, Kelsey staring straight ahead. Commentary now reporting. The gun on the desk is ominous. Commonwealth is done and Bradl is asking for a sidebar. Judge wants it anyway. Commentary not reporting. I felt as if the request from the judge to not attack character was not adhered to by the Commonwealth. He stated multiple times that she, quote, was a liar, which I find is different than saying she lied, which he also said. Sidebar is done. Judge says that they went for two reasons. One is that Bradl has objections to the Commonwealth closing, and he's going to give Bradl an opportunity to argue those in court. Second is about the schedule, and that he is going to take his time to come to a verdict. And he will give the court we'll give them a half an hour notice before he comes back. Bradl is up. Bradl's first objection. Counsel picked up the gun 3 times. Bradl wants to clarify that no one is saying that the gun was not racked, but that there is no proof or acknowledgement from the defense that it was Kelsey that did it. Second, when Gubitose picked up the gun, he was demonstrating racking the gun before the click shot. Judge says he wasn't sure he saw that, and Bradl says he has to act out based on evidence/testimony. I picked up on this, and Bradl is bringing it up now. Commonwealth said that Justin said that Kelsey would kill the baby, herself, and someone else. Kelsey's family is allowed in the courtroom today, yes, and they are there. Bradl says that this is a dangerous statement because that was not testimony for anyone. Judge is offering Commonwealth an opportunity for rebuttal. He says closings are not evidence. Judge nods his head slightly. Judge wants counsel to gather all the evidence and exhibits now and asks both sides to take a look at the verdict form, which he says is not complicated. Defense and Commonwealth review it together and are both content with it. Court is in recess as the judge deliberates. I will update you here when we are notified to return. Thank you for following. And so, if you, my friends, do choose to engage in the cesspool of Twitter, go give Jess Machado Show a follow. Kindly. Let's see something here. There's some good videos that I saw. Now I just have to find out where they are and put them in a little playlist for you so that I can go refill my drink. Let's see, 4, 8, 12. This will give us 4. Does anybody know Fervent? Does anybody know who runs the Fervent YouTube account? Fervent is an account on YouTube that has about 4,500 subs. And what I would like to do is play some videos that Fervent made, a day 1 recap, a day 2 recap, and a day 3 recap that are pretty funny. I think you'll enjoy them. And so I'd rather beg for permission. I'd rather ask for forgiveness than beg for permission to play these, but I think it'll be cool, right, Emily? Because I know you guys, and I know you guys will give a like and a sub. Because I really need to go fill up my drink. If you don't mind. Oh, Fervent is here. Yay. Is it cool if I play your videos and because your recaps are hilarious. And I think it's the comic relief that we need right now. And I'm in my feels today. And I don't know. Yay, permission granted. Yay. I'm in a funk. I don't really know why. Like, so people are asking me why. I don't really know how to explain it to you exactly at this moment. Maybe I need to just find me the words. Hold on. And Fervent, tell me this. Are you the one who narrates these videos? Because you've got an amazing voice that is perfect for narration. So Fervent is here. Is that your YouTube handle? Let me just double check so everyone can go give you a like and a sub. Kelsey's QR code is in the corner. You're at 4.54 thousand subscribers. Let's see how many more we can get you today. Because that's what I like to do here. If you know, you know. All right. These are Kelsey Fitzsimmons recaps. Trial day recaps. I'm going to play day 1, day 2, and day 3. Here's Fervent's channel right here on YouTube. Go on over. Give a like and a sub. And I'm going to play these all in a row while I go fill up my drink. So.
Watching little law girl untangle her ear pods.
Hang on, I have to unboost this because I do not want to in any way distort your sound. All right, let me take off the boost. Oh, see, it's making me laugh already. This is what we all need. If we don't laugh, we're just going to cry all the time. Enjoy.
Day 1 of the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. Our pretrial entertainment is watching little law girl untangle her ear pods. The court arrives at 9:40. That's what we call in the biz the Canoni start time. Before we start, attorney Tim Bradl looks around and is like, there's a lot of witnesses just hanging out in the gallery here despite a sequestration order. Judge, can you please kick these bitches out? After he does so, Tom CPU catches a couple of them streaming the opening statements, once again defying the sequestration order. Prosecutor Gubitose or something gets up for his opening. He says that Justin... guys, sorry, I'm terrible with names. How does Justin pronounce his last name?
Justin Alien.
Oh, thank you. So Justin Alien gets a restraining order on Kelsey, which led to 3 North Andover officers going to her home to serve her. The gist of the argument is that Kelsey pointed the gun at Officer Noonan. Noonan was like, hey, don't do that, before firing twice and hitting her in the chest. Attorney Bradl then opens with this.
Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. You don't say that when you're staring at the muzzle of a gun pointed at you. You say that to a person who has a gun to their head. And you don't shoot someone in the chest when they are seeking clearly to only harm themselves. And when you do that, you quickly realize, Your Honor, that you need to adjust the narrative to save yourself.
He says Kelsey was pointing the gun at herself and that she considered Officers Noonan and Houston as friends, so she didn't necessarily have a motive to harm them. He says the gun was found under her leg, which would defy the laws of physics if she was pointing it at Officer Noonan when she was shot. However, I don't know if I believe that based on what I know about physics from my favorite expert witness, who explains how this very well could be possible.
It just did.
Just did.
Lieutenant Sean Daly is first on the stand. He says he called the alien to the house and pretty much let him rummage through the garage unsupervised, despite the fact that apparently just an alien said, quote, I wouldn't be surprised if you shot the baby in front of you. So this guy was claiming to be deathly afraid of Kelsey Fitzsimmons, but yet has no problem entering the same home as her. Some video footage is submitted into evidence, which we will get to in a minute. But first, Sister Alien takes the stand. She says Justin is the kindest, sweetest person that she knew of from whatever planet these people came from. She went with Justin to file the emergency restraining order. She said a cop let them into the house. Bradl stands up, plays the video, impeaches the hell out of her, and sits back down. Then we get to Justin Alien. We go through his extensive background of all these grueling boot camps that he went through and his training and his ability to protect himself and others. And this would have been so much more effective if we didn't just see how he reacted to hearing gunshots. He struggles with the concept of a yes or no answer. Each question he gives a lengthy diatribe. He claims that he was afraid for his son's safety and that he was afraid of Kelsey, but yet he has no problem just wandering around the house while she's in it. A shocking lack of an in-depth cross. The cross lasted about 10 minutes, which I think surprised a lot of people considering the amount of dirt on the alien. But it seems Bradl is putting his eggs in the basket of discrediting the next witness, Officer Noonan, aka the mother shooter. He takes the stand looking like an older version of Brian LTL. He explains everything like he's playing a game of Call of Duty, with terms such as tap rack, double tap, terms he has to constantly explain to the judge. This extensive training helped him protect himself from a petite woman. He explains that Kelsey whipped around the corner of her bedroom and pointed the gun at his face. He then shot her in the chest. Unfortunately, we don't get to cross today. The judge pulls a page out of Cannoni's book and ends court early. Tomorrow morning should provide fireworks with the cross of Noonan. Day 2 of the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. Back on the stand is LTL Sr. Attorney Bradl says, "Hey, I kind of like those glasses. Are those one of those AI ones where you can record everyone?" We are then reminded of Massachusetts law enforcement's favorite derogatory term to call women.
Do you know Maureen Teresi, your neighbor?
Maureen Teresi.
You gave her your opinion of Kelsey, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You called her a whack job, didn't you?
She was a whack job.
Noonan says he fired in rapid succession at Kelsey, so it kind of sounded like this.
Bang, bang. Right?
However, Bradl says Noonan told the police that he pulled the trigger once, gave commands to Kelsey, and then fired again. We then get into the tactical Kama Sutra, featuring positions such as the Weaver, the FBI Crawl, the One-Hander. We talk about how he was standing like 3 feet from Kelsey, yet couldn't hit her despite being a former member of the SWAT team. He then makes the wild accusation that he believed he was standing in the way of Kelsey going downstairs and killing Justin. Speaking of Justin, one more time for old time's sake. Bradl wraps up his cross by getting into the evolving statements of Officer Noonan. Originally, Noonan said that Kelsey was grabbing her chest, saying it hurts, and he was comforting her, saying, "You have a kid to live for now." But in this other investigation, he added the fact that she apparently grabbed his hand, looked up at him, and almost looked through him with a death stare. Next up is Core. This guy took possession of the firearm after the incident. He's on the stand for a total of about 10 minutes. Bradl notes that he didn't write a police report and he wasn't interviewed until a month after the incident, which we know from prior cases is standard Massachusetts protocol. Up next is Bonacero. This guy is bald, so we know he works for the Massachusetts State Police. If we've learned anything from the past few years, it's that the MSP is really bad at keeping a chain of custody. There were several areas where the witness didn't know how a certain piece of evidence got to him or where it went after him. Par for the course. Officer Houston rolls out of bed and onto the witness stand. He says Noonan told him that Kelsey pointed a gun at him at the scene. Bradl objects. During cross, Officer Houston said that Kelsey was saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." It seems everyone in Massachusetts has to say things 3 times in a row.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
It was abundantly clear He did not want to be there. We end the day with Michelle Mitchell, apparently was a friend of Kelsey's. You couldn't tell because she was asked 5 questions by Bradl, and she answered 4 of them with an attitude.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin?
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin?
Needed Justin, that is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here, that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
So was there swimming?
No, Mr. Bradl.
Was there drinking?
Also no.
The defense will be chaperoning the judge on a field trip to the scene tomorrow morning. It seems the Commonwealth may be resting, and we'll get to the defense case tomorrow. You know our motto here, but like, but comment, but subscribe. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Day 3 of the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. The Commonwealth calls David Strong. Take a look at his head and guess who he works for. Another pretty quick witness. Bradl reaffirms that there was no drug testing of Noonan following the incident. He also reminds everyone that the bedroom was the size of a broom closet, so how could Kelsey, as Newman would say, quote, get the drop on him? Then the Commonwealth rests. Their case in chief proved that Kelsey was in fact shot. The defense starts their case with Maureen Tarazi. By the way, I hit my hip on various forms of furniture every day, so never has a witness been more relatable. She is Noonan's neighbor. She recalls a conversation with Noonan. The conversation pretty much goes like this. Maureen says, man, it's pretty crazy what happened with that North Andover cop, right? Noonan's like, I'm the shooter. He then tells the tale that she had the gun pointed at him. Maureen ain't having it. She calls him on his BS, and then he responds by channeling his inner proctor, calling her,
She was a whack job.
We learned she first got involved with the case by contacting Mike Crawford of the Young Jerks. Gubitose then puts a Facebook post on the screen. This is reminiscent of Hank Brennan impeaching Dr. Wolf with a Facebook post from Dr. Wolf's wife. We get a Karen Reed mention. Never good if you're the prosecution. Maureen says the judicial system in Massachusetts is going awry. Talk about an honest witness. We then wrap up with yet another Facebook post put on the screen. And it's basically the police department celebrating National Women's Day. And Maureen's comment was, wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues. If I saw that on social media, I would be giving it a like. Next up is Kelsey's mom. She reiterates that Kelsey was sad that Justin didn't meet her at the Common. She also heard the words Kelsey no, before her daughter was shot. She says she saw Justin run by, and you know what that means. Play the clip. And the main event of the evening has arrived as Kelsey Fitzsimmons takes the stand. She recalls a text argument with the alien earlier that day. Justin vies for his Father of the Year award as he responds pretty much, I guess I can watch the kid. Kelsey saw the alien's UFO parked at his friend Hunter's house along with several of Kelsey's friends, even though they were supposed to meet at the park. Justin stopped responding to her texts. We learn that even Kelsey's dog was included in the restraining order. She confirmed she lies to the police, telling them that the guns were in the basement and to get them to leave the room so she gave space to end her own life. She says that Noonan said Kelsey no before the shooting. She says she was telling hospital staff that she was an idiot for trying to end her own life with a gun with no bullets. Gubitose gets up for cross. He basically does a mini roast of the city of Lawrence, pretty much calling it a dump. He briefly gets into the police visiting Kelsey the week prior, but the line of questioning is dropped. He tries to make the point that Kelsey's anger was really aimed at Justin, basically alluding that Noonan was doing his job by standing between her and Justin, even though she didn't know he was in the house. Kelsey was cool, calm, and collected on the stand. What a whack job. It appears we only have a charging conference and closings left, and we could get a verdict as soon as tomorrow. But like, but comment, but subscribe. See you guys tomorrow.
Have you seen Chloe?
No,
Where could she be?
maybe she's with Higgins' phone. Did you check the military base?
There ain't no party like a make-out birthday party. There ain't no party like a make-out birthday party. There ain't no party like a make-out birthday party. There ain't no party like a make-out birthday party. Now they're out here calling us the House Defendants. How the hell do
Wait, I'm not going to get stricken on the music for this. Am I fervent? Because this is pretty hilarious. This is pretty hilarious too. Pretty hilarious. Because you might have paid the rights to this music, but I didn't. So how funny. People sent me these videos. That's how I found it. And so now we have a new friend. I'm good to play it. All right. Sometimes, like, if you had paid for the copyright to it and I didn't, then they would strike me. It's happened before. All right. This is called episode 1. The House Defendants, episode 1. Hoss Long to find Chloe. I can't wait for episode 2. I can't find the affidavit unless somebody emailed it to me. It's too blurry because I only got a PNG version. And so while I'm off screen, I'm trying to find it in my old laptop, because that's where it was downloaded. So let's watch this for a few moments because we have time until the judge comes back. House Defendants, episode 1.
Honey, have you seen Chloe?
No,
Where could she be?
maybe she's with Higgins' phone. Did you check the military base?
There ain't no party like a make-out birthday party. There ain't no party like a make-out birthday party. There ain't no party like a make-out birthday party. There ain't no party like a make-out birthday party. Now they're out here calling us the House Defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Yes, Karen really wants her vengeance. Oh shit, now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. We the House Defendants. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant to be a House Defendant.
You ready?
Yeah, totally.
So where was Higgins's Jeep?
In the driveway?
Wrong. It was at the mailbox. That's on page 227 of the script. Come on, Matt.
Hey, Mr. Higgins, here to dump more phones? Nope, just cutting through. There you go. Thanks, Mr. Higgins.
Chloe! Chloe! Are you even looking? Aren't you an investigator?
I'm a Boston cop, not animal control.
How about this? When they ask about my emotions that night, what are you going to say?
I'll say you were shockingly calm.
No, Matt. Shock and horror. Those are the buzzwords. Did you even read the script? Hey, you're cute.
And you double trouble?
Want to get out of here?
What do you want?
To hang out, Netflix and chill?
You want to watch Netflix with me?
Never mind.
She'll be back.
I need to do something to get her off my mind. Want to go upstairs?
Careful. Last time we did that, I butt dialed Higgins.
When they ask about the guy, what are you going to say?
Easy. The guy never came in the house.
You forgot the punchline. It's not a story, it's a fact. We'll both say that exact line. Nobody will think it's suspicious.
Yes.
Who should I text? Hey, Kelsey. I heard your boyfriend kind of sucks. If you're looking for a decorated dude, text me back. You are so smooth.
So talented. Thank you. I got the PDF. We'll look at this as soon as this is over. Thank you. I got it. So talented. So talented.
How did it go?
Oh, terrible. They have all our texts. Like, all of them. We're so screwed. Well, good luck, honey.
Honey!
Mom! Dad? I brought Chloe home! They sleep through everything.
I mean, I got to assume these are AI characters, right? Or did you hire actors to do this? Because it's amazing. And this is Fervent on YouTube. Fervent. Sub up because you don't want to miss a thing. Wait, there's a little more left to this.
Hello? Oh, Brian.
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Bravo. Bravo. Oh, look, after that, your stream ends, after your video ends, my video pops up. That's awesome. All right, let's get back here too. We're still waiting for the judge to come back. So while we do that, let's take a look at the restraining order paperwork that Justin filled out to get this restraining order against Kelsey. Because now I have a copy that I can read to you and that we can read together, that I can put on the screen. Oh, good. Now the chat is flying. Can someone let Melanie know about trial TV being struck when Commonwealth did something with the firearm today? Okay. If I get pulled down, I will start a new stream. How's that? I mean, there's nothing I can really do right now in the middle of my stream. As of right now, I haven't been, so if I have to cut it out later, I have to cut it out later. But I did hear from Mark Betterow. He did send me a message, passing that message along, because people were asking for my phone number. And he, like a good friend, didn't give my phone number out and just texted me himself. They're banned for 24 hours because of it. I mean, did that person just have, I don't know what to say. What am I supposed to do right now in the middle of my stream? You got struck down like they pulled your whole thing down? I don't think there's any way for me to edit my stream while I'm in the middle of the stream. So I don't know what I can do about it right now. If anything. What if anything? Oh, it was trolls for false reporting. I don't know. Let's take a look at the affidavit. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it right this very second, right? Am I going to abort my own stream and make this one private? Why would I do that? Right. If there was an issue, they would have pulled the stream already, right, Cherie? I mean, I don't know. Thank you for giving me the heads up. I just don't know what I can do about it. I don't know. Is it their algorithm? All right. Well, I'm going to pull up on this, the affidavit on the restraining order that Justin filled out so we can take a look at this right now. Here we go. All right. So this is the affidavit filed by Justin in the family court on June 30th when he wanted to take the baby away, and he claims it's because he didn't want Kelsey to take the baby to New Hampshire. And this is handwritten, and you will notice that there are several different, what look to be several different handwriting samples throughout. Here's what we do. On or about June 28th, 2025. And then it says dates, examples. The defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And then that's written in one form of handwriting. And then the next handwriting begins. Is a danger to myself and our son, along with herself. Something then is scribbled out. On Saturday night, June 28th, Kelsey struck me with a closed fist 3 times to my face. Oh, well, the way this is, I can't highlight what I want to, so I'm not going to be able to highlight. I was scared she would not stop. My brother and sister heard noises and knocked. I was able to open the door, and she, and then this part's crossed off, immediately said she didn't do anything. That is crossed off. And then he writes, I feared, and that is crossed off. And instead it reads, I was able to open the door, and she grabbed my arm and ripped me back into the room. Ripped me back into the room. I think that says ripped. Let's say ripped. Maybe I can try with my red pen, because I also do like a red pen. So let's try the red pen. And ripped me back into the room. My brother and sister came in and said she didn't do anything. And she said she didn't do anything. I feared for my life, so I left with a friend to stay at a hotel. Family and her closest friends reported that even after I left, she physically hit them to try and get to me. That's a lot of hearsay. Melly Mel says, LOL, it sounds like she wanted a private conversation with, and his brother and sister decided to come in, and he feared for his life. Her friends called the Bethel Police in Maine, Methuen Police in Massachusetts, and North Andover Police in Massachusetts because they thought she might try to hurt herself, the baby, or me. This is all hearsay. This is that he says they told me this. Kelsey decided at 2 a.m. while heavily intoxicated and fighting her friends that she could leave to get the baby. Again, he says that he already left, right? Her parents took our son from my parents in the middle of the night, saying they didn't come, that they didn't care. Maybe that says they didn't care what, air quotes, manic state she was in. They were taking the baby to her. Today, Kelsey is threatening to take the baby, quote, far, far away for a long, long time. She said she was going to her land in New Hampshire for a drive. Oh, please. This is how she has spoken about killing herself in the past. I fear that she will kill the baby at any moment. She punched her stomach repeatedly while pregnant, saying she would kill herself and the baby. She has on several occasions struck me with her hands or feet. I fear if she does not have me, she will kill the baby because she has said nothing besides me is worth living for. In March of 2025, she was sectioned by Lawrence General Hospital. Oh, well, I guess that's where Gubitose got his information from. And that's where the cops got their information from, because this is the affidavit attached to the restraining order that Kelsey was not served with. And then he writes, this is an ongoing safety concern. Okay, so what the officers were doing is taking Justin's word for it because he hand wrote it in an affidavit. Dated June 30th. Signed Justin Alayan. The chat is frozen on StreamYard for me, so I cannot pull up your chats. Somebody wrote here, if this was a man's affidavit, if this was a woman's affidavit, you wouldn't discount it. Well, I don't know. Tell me this. If Justin writes in his affidavit, I fear that if she does not have me, she will kill the baby because she has said nothing besides me is worth living for. Then why did he leave the guns in the house? If he had these concerns, why would he leave the guns in the house? He took his own guns the night before. And there are people, men and women both, who weaponize the civil court system against partners that they want revenge against for whatever reason. Thankfully, I never had to deal with any of those people in my personal life, but I bet there are those of you in the chat who have. Oh, now the chat's picking up over here on YouTube. On StreamYard. He cannot take her weapons, says David. He cannot take her weapons. David, he also cannot break into her house, but he didn't seem to think about that. He didn't care about breaking the law when he busted the door down. Are you going to defend that too? Are you going to defend him taking her laptop and her passport and her money and her... you can't say that he's credible here, but he's not credible here. You can. I guess if you want to. But he doesn't seem to give a crap about the law or the rules and regulations and what he's supposed to be doing and not doing as a firefighter, like smoking weed. We've seen the behind the scenes text messages between his mother and the Stowe police. We've seen what his parents do for a living. And they have taught people to weaponize the court system, to have their loved ones voluntarily and involuntarily committed for addiction and other things. They know how to work the system. So it strains credulity to me that if he really was in fear for his baby's life, I fear that she will kill the baby at any moment. Look at his past in Utah. He worked in one of those wilderness troubled teen camps. Why is it dated 6/28? Oh, because he's saying these incidents happened 6/28. That would have been the Saturday night of the Jack and Jill bachelorette party. He's saying that these things happened on Saturday night, June 28th. Kelsey struck me with a closed fist 3 times to my face. Are there pictures? I was scared she would not stop. My brother and sister heard noises and knocked. I was able to open the door. And then he crosses off, immediately said she didn't do anything. I feared, and then she said, and she grabbed my arm and ripped me back into the room. My brother and sister came in, and she said she didn't do anything. I feared for my life, so I left with a friend to stay at a hotel. And then he goes on and inserts a whole bunch of hearsay here. Family and her closest friends reported that, that's right, he could have had his baby that day when she asked him, can you come and get the baby? Can you come and watch the baby while I go to CPR class? He could have done that. He knew she was going to be at CPR class. He could have come and he could have taken the baby, gotten his baby to safety, and then gone to court and gotten the order, right? But instead, he called the North Andover PD to try to get them on his side. Right, he sounds like a master manipulator to me. And it wasn't just the baby. He wanted everything, right? Be in trouble. He wanted everything. He wanted the proceeds from the sale of her house. Can you defend that? Can anyone defend that to me? For the future child support, like he was so certain he was going to get permanent full custody. Right, he had no gas money. That's right, we read the text messages. Where are the police reports from Bethel and Methuen? Right. Charlie says, Justin needed to be seen as the victim of the chaos he created. He wanted money. I called him just in it for the money from day one when we found out who he was, because always follow the money. He doesn't seem to care about breaking the rules. And smoking 240 times in the weeks leading up to this, even though it's prohibited as a firefighter. That begs the question, did they ever drug test him? Aren't they supposed to? So if I find a person manipulative, it doesn't matter what their gender is. We haven't heard Kelsey's version of events. That will come out in family court, but we're not going to hear it here because it's not germane to the question of whether or not Kelsey pointed her gun at Noonan. And remember, she was never served with this, so she didn't know that he wrote all this stuff in the restraining order, because they didn't serve her with this supporting affidavit, which I understand is the law in Massachusetts, that the person should be served with. This says supplemental, and this says affidavit. Maybe page 2 is a supplemental. It looks like it just continues. See, it's 2 of 2. It's only the second page that says supplemental, unless the top is cut off here. But here, supplemental affidavit is in one sentence, see? That is not the law in Massachusetts. I've seen it both different ways. In fact, I think I even pulled it up because somebody actually quoted the law in something that was sent to me. All right, Carrie says at the park was the perfect time for him to obtain the baby she was asking him to, so she could go to the CPR class or to go to class surrounded by cops. Look at this. Shannon says, my ex-husband did this to me in 1995. He didn't want our son, but his mother sure did. They lied on court documents. I went to go pick him up from daycare and he was already gone. Jeannie Lynn says, bingo, he knew she was leaving the state with the kid and would fare better in a different jurisdiction with a judge there, and he wanted to stop that. I don't know if they would have jurisdiction in New Hampshire, though. because the residence was in Massachusetts, so I don't know about that. USMC Cowgirl, Semper Fi girl, says, seems like his mom was pissed about her saying she wasn't babysitting. Baby was going to go to daycare, and this was revenge because the mom and sister wanted him. Right. Right, patriotic. He left the guns and the baby in the house. If the baby hid out for 6 months, she would have jurisdiction there. I don't know how that would happen. Catherine says, Melanie, even if she's found guilty, can the judge just give her time served as a sentence? Yeah, because under the guidelines, she's already served more time in jail than she would be potentially under the guidelines. She would only serve probation. So she's already served 103 days, which is more time than she would serve likely if convicted in the first place. So I don't know anything about hiding out in New Hampshire for 6 months. So unless you're an attorney, try not to put legal conclusions or legal advice in the chat, because I cannot confirm or deny that. Would a conviction hurt her chance of law school? No, I don't think she would not get into law school. If you are convicted of a felony, it's something that you need to explain when you are being admitted to the bar. She could go back to law school, but she doesn't need a conviction or want a conviction on her record. It won't look good for her in family court. Yep. And we listened to the voicemails the other day from North Andover PD. Oh, please. Thank you, Nancy, for your very generous $50 Venmo. I appreciate you so much. She says, I love you with all my heart. Great job covering Kelsey. Thank you so much. That is very, 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 very sweet of you. I do not. Does anybody have the CIC investigation of the report that was procured by North Andover PD that they paid for? If anybody has it, I would love to see a copy of that. Thank you for this. Thanks, Katie. These are the Massachusetts DV law enforcement guidelines. It's pretty long. I'm going to have to take a look at that later. I appreciate that. Weirdo Swarm says his claims in the affidavit are so vague. He couldn't be specific because he would have to back it up with details, and he can't do that. Telling. Were there supplemental affidavits from the friends also, or is he's just, did they come to court? Was there even a hearing? Is this signed by a magistrate? I don't have the actual, this is the supplemental affidavit, but does anybody have the actual restraining order that Kelsey was served with? Let me see if somebody dropped that in my inbox. I just see that a couple of you sent me the affidavit, but I don't see the actual only single sheet that they served her with and whether the dog was checked off on it. Hold on. Yeah, the motions for temporary orders, those were not filed until September. This would have been on June 30th. Oh my gosh. The crazy things that end up in my inbox. All right, let's see. All right, I do not see it yet. Okay, let's see what else you're feeling and thinking, and get the finger on the pulse. Friend of dog, I think I thanked you. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, Emily, for pointing out Jess Machado's tweets. We did just go over them a few moments ago or earlier before we started watching videos. Division Bell says Noonan said she got the gun from behind the door until he found out there was no door. Right. Right. Of course, his story changed. Something else that was not pointed out to impeach him, right? During his testimony. And I'm not sure why. Here for Humanity, thank you for your super sticker. Biker Girl says they wish Bradl would have asked Noonan to reenact the 3.5-second tap rack while backpedaling and sidestepping. Would that have been allowed? Yeah, we've seen it in other cases. He asked him to stand up and demonstrate how he was holding the stance that she was in. The modified, was it a modified Weston stance or something? Also, wouldn't she have slipped on that rug? Do you see that? Remember that rug, that throw rug that was on the floor, on a wood floor? Thanks, Biker Girl. Cops could have been given an incentive to appear. Oh, you think they all got overtime pay? Thanks, Pinky. Ginger Capilati says, in regards to police presence, from what I can figure out, Kelsey's shooting was on the job and John O'Keefe's was not. And you think that's why they didn't show up for John O'Keefe? Thank you. Kieran says, will there be any reckoning for Justin? What recourse does Kelsey have against the NAPD? So appreciate how you cover these cases and support the underdogs. I'm not even thinking ahead towards any sort of civil action for her at this moment. If she's acquitted, I mean, they've already found it's a good shoot. I think any case against Noonan, he'd be shielded by qualified immunity. As for Justin, remains to be seen. But do you really want to start litigating against a guy that you got a co-parent with for the next 18 years? For breaking and entering? Thank you. Circle of neglect is what I affectionately call it. Thank you, Livid Wiz, for your super sticker. We're all still waiting for a verdict. The judge should be back by 2, but I don't know. He said he would give a half an hour notice. Larry says, does his family take the term public servants literally? How do they get cops to do their bidding? Also, why did the North Andover PD allow Justin to re-enter a crime scene? I guess they had cleared it by then. That's the only thing I could think of. Andrea said, let's discuss yacht club merch. Take my money. Thanks, Andrea, for your Venmo. Oh, somebody sent me a funny picture of something they found in Target. It's a sweater that's in Target that says, no crying on the yacht. That was very funny. Angela says, Noonan has a wife and a daughter, which is shocking to me. Love you, and sending Kelsey good vibes to Kelsey today. I was told that it's a son, so I don't know. Betsy, thank you. Says, love you for doing the Lord's work. Betsy, you're amazing. Appreciate you so much. Skyview for 2 says, Melanie, can we watch Justin's trip and slip? I think we just watched it in the Fervent video, right? That's some good stuff right there. Come, please. Come on. The reason the police want guilty is that they know a lawsuit is to follow. It says Gusher twice. Couple people saying verdict at 1:30. Oh, Turtle Boy posted on X that the verdict is at 1:30. All right, good. Thank you, guys. So we have 1 hour. We ain't got no quick, says Warwick, Rhode Island. We ain't got no quick. Free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Thank you. Laura says, I'm nervous and I can't stop thinking the baby could grow up surrounded by a bunch of drunken high kids or the evil grandma. Thanks for your 5. Real Steve says, only 2 irrefutable facts. 1, ex parte restraining order obtained and served. 2, Noonan shot Kelsey and the AC unit. Everything else from both sides is unprovable and dripping with reasonable doubt. Not guilty. It's like, I can't wait an hour. I can't wait an hour. Lilith became a new member. Welcome. Not a house defendant says, I'm watching. Elsbeth loved her on The Good Wife. Thank you. Chiming in with good things to watch. Did anybody watch The Beast in Me? It's really good. I like it. Someone said the judge is wearing purple today. What? Is that true? Desert Crow says, since we're waiting, did you see the interview with the Afro-Man juror who said the judge told them he was disappointed in their verdict? Have you ever? No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that, but let me see if I can find like a short clip on YouTube that we could watch because we need to be entertained a little. We need to laugh, you guys. We need some laughs. I can't play Afro-Man's music because he will definitely strike, or his company. Can we go over Justin's interview he did with the media before the trial started? Sure, but he didn't really say anything. They wouldn't let him record it. Is there a recorded version of that? Verdict is going to be read at 1:30. You're right. I'll change the banner. Verdict will be read. At 1:30 Eastern. How's that? Refer everyone to the bottom. We already played the baptismal thing that Turtle Boy did. Please don't write in all caps because I'm already distracted today. Let me see where that is. Let me see. Did the jurors speak to? Did the jurors speak to the mainstream media or just to like a YouTube creator? Because I don't want to play someone else's content without permission. And Fervent was here. That's why I played Fervent's. All right, let me find Justin's interview / really not interview. For those of you who have not seen it. Yes, this was an exclusive for Boston 10. Allow me to suffer through the commercial for you. And they published this on March 6th. This was after the video came out of Justin breaking into Kelsey's home. And he wanted to defend himself. And this was after Gubitose said, well, even if We don't see any crimes here. We're not going to prosecute him. Even though it's on video that he's busting the door down and the locks had been changed. All right, here we go. And here is Boston 10. Exclusive.
NBC 10 Boston exclusive tonight as we are hearing from the former fiance of Kelsey Fitzsimmons, the North Andover police officer who was shot by a fellow officer. Fitzsimmons contends her fiance broke into her house days later to steal evidence in their ongoing child custody case. NBC 10's Robert Golston brings us the exclusive one-on-one.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons' estranged fiancé, Justin Alayan, sat down with NBC 10 Boston to share his side of the story. He did not want the interview recorded. He admits this is him with 3 others, forcing the door open to the home where he lived with Fitzsimmons until they're falling out. Alayan and his attorney shared documents they say prove he still lived there, and he told us, "I had every legal right to get into my own home, to get my belongings, and more importantly, my son's belongings."
He has no rights to that house whatsoever.
Fitzsimmons' attorney Tim Bradl says when Alayan requested the restraining orders days earlier, he signed an affidavit that said he no longer lived there and lied to the officer when he asked for an escort.
He says that he still lives there. Completely contradicts what he already swore to the probate court judge, family court judge.
There is a banner scrolling along the bottom of the screen. Can you not see it? Is the font too small? The judge didn't say anything yet. The verdict will be read in a little less than an hour from now. Yeah, why did he destroy the cameras? Why wouldn't he let them tape this interview with him?
To get the restraining order.
Bradl argued Alayan is not being charged because the DA needs him to testify against Fitzsimmons in the criminal case. He is on the witness list for Fitzsimmons' criminal case, but not a key witness.
He might be a background witness. He heard the shots, but as far as what happened in the bedroom, he has no idea.
Alayan told us he did not touch any of Fitzsimmons' stuff on the day in question, and he said he even called police when the alarm went off. He also told her father that day, "I tried to do everything to help your daughter." Fitzsimmons' criminal case will be back in court on Thursday with a trial scheduled to start on March 23rd. In Lexington, Robert Goulston, NBC 10 Boston.
And be sure to stay with us on the air and online for continuing coverage of the case against Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Once her trial gets underway, that's going to be on March 23rd. We're going to bring you live coverage over on our sister station, NECN, as well as on our YouTube channel.
So that was his the exclusive that they got from him, from Justin for the money Alayan. And he wouldn't allow it to be to be recorded. And it hits a little different now that he testified, right? It does, doesn't it? Thank you, Kylie, for your 5. Says, thanks for covering Kelsey with us. You are the voice of our combined cupcake outrage. It's so appreciated. Thank you so much. Summer Baby says, a song for Kelsey's fake-ass friends, Backstabber from the OJs. Jay Fooder, next. Central Florida teens, Valdez Lippert, accused in a murder plot, denied bond after prosecutors played footage of the pair joking, laughing on their way to jail. Trial starts in April, I think. Yes, we are aware that the verdict has been reached. It is going to be read at 1:30. And as soon as it is read, we will cut back to the coverage of whoever had the best sound. And now I don't remember who that was. I think it was Long Crime that we landed on finally. Hold on. Boop. And what that means is that the judge will read his verdict from the bench. Praying. Put the prayers up. Prayer hands in the chat. Prayer hands. Right now, the time here is 12:30, 38 or 39 p.m. 12:39 p.m. All right. Hold, please. Thank you, Marianne. I do not have this. Hang on one second. Thank you, Jake Footer. I'll take a look into those things. Thank you for your 10. Teddy Boy says, I would love for you to cover Florida plastic surgeon Dr. Benjamin Brown, arrested and charged, operated on his wife Hillary in his office, and she died. All right, more things to look into. Thank you. Kyle says, I just finished closings. I thought your head would explode. Trying to keep it together today, Kyle. Got a lot going on over here. Isaac became a member. Welcome. Shop and Tan for me says, I feel like I'm waiting for the Karen Reed verdict all over again. We love you, Kelsey. She's technically could face prison time of up to 5 years, but under the guidelines, she would be entitled to 5 years probation. And so I feel that Karen Reed was facing so much more time if she was convicted, but I think we all feel a personal connection to this case. Pop it. We won't, but I would love to see practicing without a license charges for the helpers on the restraining order petition. And that would never happen. Thank you. Elizabeth says we need a receipt for that hotel stay. Thanks for being here for 5 months. Dolly says Islamic State of UK are banning social media for under 16. I don't know. I might be on board with that. I think social media is not healthy for teenagers at all. Yes, and there's also a baby in play here. Yep, that's true. Right. Look at Zeke's mama says, Kelsey has served more time in jail than Chris Albert, who killed a man and ran for 3 days. I think it was 30 hours that he was on the lam. And I thought he served something like 6 months. Like, I don't want to get into that, but I think Chris Albert served something like 6 months. I don't think it was only 3 months. Kelsey was in jail for 103 days. So I just don't know if that's actually the truth. But these things are spreading like wildfire. One person says it's true. A million other people pick it up. It gets reposted and reposted and reposted. Thank you, Higgins. Higgins wet sweatshirt. I appreciate you and your 10. Paul says, hi, Melanie. If possible, be great to get Turtle Boy or Mr. Betterow on for a courtroom recap during deliberations. Keep up the great work. Well, they're there, so I don't know what they can do, how they can come on right now. Thanks, Paul, for your super chat. Tiffany says, I was a mediator in family court, and TROs are used all the time as manipulation. I had a case where a father kept the kid away for 5 years after unfounded allegations with restraining orders. I was catching up on all of my SVUs that I tape. And there was recently an episode from this season, not just TROs, but allegations of CA made against parents, and then, deemed credible by people like, who was that woman in the Maya Kowalski case? Sally, what was her name? The CA expert doctor that was private, that was getting paid for her opinions. What the hell was her name? Sally what? That was a hard one to watch, Marjorie, right? Sally Smith. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sally Smith. And it was this woman who was an expert witness doctor who sustained a lot of findings against parents who hadn't seen their kids or went to jail. Thank you for pointing that out, Tiffany. We know the verdict is in. We know the verdict is in. We know the verdict is in. Law and Crime is right here on the screen. We have been told it was going to be read at 1:30. If that is not correct, then I will put this on the screen so that everybody can settle down. I love when people come into the chat as if we haven't already been here for 4 hours, as if we have no idea what's going on. It's hilarious to me. It's hilarious. If they're going into the courtroom, maybe they've decided to read it earlier. I'll just put this up right here. Would anybody like me to pick their children up from the airport? It's been a great 28 months, Desert Quill. We're in it together. Thanks for being with me for so long. USMC Cowgirl, Semper Fi. Is the friend you went to the hotel with the bridesmaid who testified she also stayed at the hotel? I'm not aware. Masters of Criminology. Was Justin a volunteer member of the fire department? No, I don't think they have volleys in Massachusetts. I think they're all hired. It's paid. How does he not have money? I don't know. He said that she had his debit card and his wallet or something that he had left when he left in haste to go to the hotel. But who doesn't have Apple Pay on their phone? I don't know. Thank you for your 5. A desire for civil discourse says, it looked to me like the DA made no attempt to impeach Kelsey on any point of the event in question. Right. Noonan was impeached on elements of the event. Doesn't that require a finding of reasonable doubt? In my mind, of course it does. If you want to ask me what my verdict would be, if I were the judge, I would say the Commonwealth has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Kelsey pointed her firearm at Noonan. Acquittal. I just don't know what this judge is going to do. Fox 25 says there's a verdict. They used to have volunteers on Cape Cod, says Tina's window. Right. Justice is my bias says 3 things with a bench trial. Judge knows the law cold, correct. He's filtering evidence in real time, yes. Much less likely to be swayed by slick clothing. Slick? You're trying to trip me up on a tongue twister. Slick closings. This, I pray. Right. And also the judge knows a lot of backstory on this that a jury would not be able to hear. Right? Thank you, Justice is my bias. Kyle says Weaver stance. Was I right? When did I say Weaver stance? Equals feet in line, modified, set foot back. What do you call the one knee lunge? Is there a name for that? That's a joke. Massborn says Justin's mom has her ugly hands all over this, in my opinion. Maybe she wants the baby. Can the shoot be reclassified dependent upon the verdict? I don't know. It depends. The answer is it depends. I don't know. They had an independent investigation. I don't know what the post commission is going to do with it. I'm not fully familiar with all the rules and regulations that would be at play here in Massachusetts. But this case is not about Noonan. This case is about Kelsey. Did Kelsey point her firearm at Noonan? It's not about whether or not his shot was good. This is only about Kelsey and whether or not she pointed her firearm at him. And that's just, it's a very narrow issue. Karen says, if Kelsey was so unstable, why was she cleared to return to work? Wouldn't she have to pass a psychological test to return? Yeah, and she had to do the CPR class, and that was the last thing that she had to do. But I submit to you that if she did point the gun at her head, she was unstable. I'm not arguing about, I'm not sitting here fighting and saying that she was not in that moment unstable and may still be. She may still need some other clearance. But I think what happened here was something that could have been prevented. I mean, she said on the stand that she did want to end her own life and she did point the weapon at herself. And so she all but admitted that she was not in her right state of mind in that moment. Goldie Medal, thanks for your super sticker. Angie says, you got this, Kelsey. Fingers crossed that the judge finds her not guilty. I wonder if I put the banner on the top, if that would be easier for people to notice when they come in, let's say. Is that better? I don't know. Angie says, fingers crossed, Kelsey. Cross that the judge finds her not guilty. I mean, I think the judge, had been writing the decision last night. Defense Diary says, interview with Afro Man the juror. Great. I think you guys should all go watch that later. I don't want to play their content. Let them get the views on that. You know what I'm saying? But thank you. I thought they might have spoken to mainstream media after that for some reason. I'm not sure why. What did Justin say his reason was for serving the restraining order? We just read it a little while ago. If you want to rewind, you can see in his own words. Thanks for tuning in from Canada. A little behind, Melanie. It's a modified Weaver. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ian? Gail says, hope the whole family court are entitled to see and hear any recordings, text between Kelsey and Justin. I thought Justin wasn't on the birth certificate. He is on the birth certificate. I don't know where that's coming from. And so I don't like to spread rumors. Kiki said, Justin's affidavit said he feared for his life. So when he went to a hotel with a friend, he made me wonder if the friend was Judas Michelle. She said she fled the house to a hotel. Oh, she did. Did she say that on the stand? Joe Davis, Dayton Weber case when it comes time. Definitely not on my bingo card. I'll come back and watch all this later and make notes. I want to know the last time that Noonan had a tune-up before June 30th of 2025. That's what I want to know. Caesar says if he didn't have his wallet and couldn't pay for gas, how did he pay for a hotel? That's a good point. Didn't he say he went with some other people? Maybe they paid for it? Thanks for tuning in from Canada. Wish I had more time to watch you. Always great. Thank you so much. You can always come back on the replay. Lacey Ann, do you know who destroyed Kelsey's stuff in her bag? I don't know anything about it. No, she did say in some of those messages that something was poured all over her stuff over the weekend, but no, I don't know anything about, I have no personal information or knowledge about that. Just a mom with MS says the judge's reaction to the rebuttal is making me nervous. Carrie Bug says, thank you, Melanie. You're amazing. Let's pray. Today is step one on getting Caden back in Kelsey's arms. Thank you. Stay Hot podcast. I'm not going to be rage baited today. And so I'm not even going to address this, but I'll take your 5. Emily says, hi, Queen Melanie, fellow empath here and follow you religiously. Just wanted to thank you for all you do. Love you with all my heart. P.S. Is there something you would have done differently in Kelsey's defense? I am not now, nor have I ever been a criminal defense attorney. And so I can't sit here and second guess and Monday morning quarterback anything that her defense team did. I also have never been a prosecutor. I'm a civil litigator. There are some things that I may have brought up on cross should I ever choose to decide to become a defense attorney, which I never will. Oh, please. A lot of people have a lot of opinions about things that should or should not have been done. I just don't think it's my place because it is not my area of expertise as far as trial practice. But it's a great question. Shop and Tan for me says the cops made it a DV incident when they brought in Justin. Well, but I thought that it was interesting when Gubitose called it that during his questioning of Kelsey, because what it really was the service of a civil restraining order, right? And so Gubitose muddied the waters so much with his cross of Kelsey, he never even crossed her on the happening of the actual incident and the alleged crime. It was weird. Barry Raven said, I have hope because Karp agreed to the amendments to her probation, allowing her to nest an expectation of getting custody of the baby, right? And all that's going to be handled in family court, maybe in April, unless it gets pushed. Any thoughts on the quick decision? I think the judge has been paying attention all along. And I think that he probably already had his mind up last night and he started drafting it last night and then just maybe wanted to put the finishing touches on it. Maybe he wanted to get all the security in place for the courthouse because there's a lot of people there today. And there are a lot of police officers there today in support of Noonan. And I think no matter what he decides, there may be some rumbling. There may be a rumble outside the courthouse. Thank you, Mike M. I don't know that it means, I don't know that. I mean, I expected him to have it by 2. He's coming back at 1:30 allegedly, so we'll see. But I think that he pretty much knew which way he was going to go last night. I don't think the closings swayed him in any way, shape, or form. And he wasn't going to go on The View today. And so there's that. You and Me Cassidy says, if Kelsey asked Justin to watch the baby while she was working, one would assume he would move heaven and earth to get the baby because she's so dangerous, right? And he was so worried about his baby. But what he said in those text messages were just things like, I need time. I need space. Right? And then she sees him colluding with his friends at Hunter's house. And again, if he was so fearful for the baby, why didn't he go meet Kelsey at the Common and then say, I'll take the baby while you go to CPR class and then go get your order and then you've already got the baby? It just doesn't make sense to me, the order of things, you know? Thanks for your 10. Desirado says, come on, cupcakes and I'll smash the like button, share and subscribe. Let's give Melly the support she so deserves of us. Hype after the live stream too, please. Thank you. Yeah, you can't hype until after the stream. And I think you get something like 3 hypes a week or something. Can you poll if you would have had jury or judge? I don't think we really have time to do a poll right now. What do you mean? If you were the defendant, would you have had a jury or a judge? Sending positive energy, says Libra in Seattle. Kelsey needs it right now. She does. She has a different lawyer for family court. Julie Hess is her lawyer on the custody, but Tim Bradl is her lawyer on the restraining order. That's what he said the other day, I think in some comments after court. Not a house event and says, have you ever thought about bringing on Josh Ritter? I've been on his show. I don't think that he's ever been on my show. But I will say, and Josh, if you're listening, the reason I wouldn't go on his show again is because people trashed me in his comments and they just left the comments out there. They didn't delete any of it. Like they let everybody come in and trash me. The comments, I think to this day, are still sitting there. And I would never do that to a guest. And unfortunately, it had to do with like Blake Lively or something. And so if you think the people on Karen Reed are crazy, the people on Blake Lively were even more crazy. Not a nice thing to do, in my opinion. Emma says, I'm feeling sick. Hope for not guilty, but I feel it's a guilty verdict. I see a lot of reasonable doubt. Positive energy all around. Thanks to the new members. Alba Gamer. The trip and slip we watched already, but if we have time, there's a loop of it. That's funny. GTG, welcome. Kendra, welcome. What does the judge consider in his word versus her word? Well, it would be the same as a jury, right? And the same as any one of you reasonable people. Whose testimony did you believe? Whose testimony do you give more weight to? And he'll weigh all the evidence and all the testimony, and he'll come to his decision, and maybe it'll be written, or maybe he'll just read it from the bench. But remember when Judge McCarthy Nyman read, came back with Kelsey's decision when she decided to send her back to jail? It was a written decision that she just read into the record. Fingers crossed, Carmen knows Justin's address, says Caitlin. Poll, what do you want to do a poll about? Hey, it's me. You guys want to do a poll? What do you want to do? What you think the verdict, what you think the judge is going to decide? Thanks, Virtual Juror, for all your cute emojis. Thanks, Carrie says, I love being a cupcake, and I love you, Melanie. Oh, thanks, girl. Bumblebee says, I've been with you since Karen Reed. Member for 1 month. Welcome. Savvy Aries is here. She became a member. Welcome. Oh, thank you, Nancy. For your very generous 50. Thanks for all you do. Stay cool, stay kind, cool, and classy. We try. We try. It's not always easy. Trolls are out in full force. Some days it's like whack a troll over here. Jenny said YouTube's being petty and pulling the stream with a ban. We're all confused. But what's to lose? It's the longest 30 minutes ever. Judge's last comments make me nervous, said Nana Bear. Dancing in the pea patch. Even Noonan did not know Justin was in the house. Let me go back to let me check one thing for you. Oh, please. Yeah, latest I have is that the verdict will be read at 1:30. And then people are saying, too soon. He's not going to acquit her that quick. People are like, that quick? I'm nervous. I mean, a judge can come to a decision quicker than a jury because 12 people would have to agree on a jury, right? However, he's only one judge. And then he did say that the remaining charge, he said he didn't realize or he didn't know that it didn't have to be unanimous under the statute. So if I had her indictment, which I don't know if I have, let me just see if I can find the jury instructions on this. Hold, please. Attorneys. And again, my chat is frozen on my end, so I can't see what you're writing. All right, let's see. She's charged with assault with a dangerous weapon. Massachusetts. No, we have about 25 minutes, 26 minutes to go. Assault with a dangerous weapon in Massachusetts is a serious felony, typically charged under GL 265-15B. Is that what she was charged with? 265-15B? Carrying up to 5 years in state prison, 2.5 years in a house of correction, or a $1,000 fine. Assault with a dangerous weapon occurs when a person attempts or threatens to cause physical harm to another using a dangerous object. She's not charged with assault and battery. It's just the assault part. When a person attempts or threatens to cause physical harm to another using a dangerous object. I think we can agree that a firearm is a dangerous object. Kelsey's defense is, I didn't attempt to cause physical harm to him because I did not point it at him. And that's it. I mean, it's really that simple. Yeah, potential sentencing is up to, it could be 5 years probation under the guidelines with her record. When do we get to hear about all the stuff that was not discussed during the trial? Well, I've been covering it. This is my, what did I say? This was my 36th video on this case. So in so many of my videos that are on the playlist, you can read all the stuff that was not allowed in a trial. Most of that stuff will be allowed in family court, I would imagine. You can go to family court in person, but I don't think it will be on Zoom. Although somebody said one of the family court hearings was on Zoom. So it's confusing. All right, everyone, let's take a 10-minute break and let's go fill up our drinks so we can stay hydrated because it's been a long, very stressful day so far. And say a little silent prayer. Thank you. Thanks, Green Eyed Southern Girl. And Nora says, I've been with you since Duty Run. We've watched more verdicts together than I can even count. Thank you for your 5. Remember the West boys? That was such a tragic case. Can't they get him for destruction of property? They've already said they're not going to press charges against Justin. They've said it in open court. Does that mean that they could still? They could. Hi, next witness. No, there was not a view of the house. Bradl withdrew the motion yesterday and it was waived. Closings happened earlier. The judge is going to be reading his verdict at 1:30, which is in 22 minutes from now. Elizabeth says, I want to know what everyone around thought about Kelsey as a mom when she was with baby at the CPR class. Everyone around her that day was lying or hiding something from her. It's so upsetting. Free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Thank you. Angel Fire says, I wish Officer John O'Keefe would have had this much support from law enforcement. Yes. Same. Sue says, I hope this is the good verdict. I have doubts about the pics as there was no blood and all was so very neat. Praying for Kelsey. I don't think it was ever established when those photos were taken, but the evidence markers were still there. Knitting Kitten says, so she pointed the weapon, pulled the trigger, then he waited for her to tap and rack, point it at him again while he gave orders before he shot her. No time for that. Thank you very much. Please don't write the G word for the weapon in the chat because apparently YouTube is getting, I don't know, wonky. And they're telling me that people are getting their streams taken down. I don't know, Krista Ray. How did you miss our 1-year anniversary together? I don't know. Where you been? Thanks for super chat. You need to always remember our anniversary, Krista Ray. Yeah, there were some medical people who also reached out to me too. And Runkle said that too. Somebody's pointing out, Ted is pointing out that there might not be a lot of blood with a punctured lung, that much of it would fill up in the lungs, but still there was like literally nothing. It was like somebody had come in with a mop. And cleaned up before the photos were taken. It was just weird to me. Diana says, I believe the judge's comments about what he is not deciding in this case are foreshadowing of a not guilty verdict. He's preparing the audience. Maybe that would be good news. Don't you think? I think she should be acquitted, but I don't want to give false hope. I'm going to be really happy if she is. But we've seen a lot of very disappointing verdicts lately. You know, Edric Foss. That was rough, that one. Scott McGinnis is there as always, and he says he has not seen Justin today. I can the chat's moving now. Now it's working if I can find it. All right, Corn Pope is here and says, Corn Pope says, I'm 100% certain it would be a not guilty verdict, completely certain. Wait until Justin turns around and sues the North Andover PD. That would not surprise me in the least. The bleeding was internal, says we are Charlie. The judge will be, the judge will take the bench at 1:30. And the verdict will be read then. 111, make your wish for Kelsey to be found innocent. Not guilty. Remember, today's empowerment card. You did not wake up today to be mediocre. You're saying Jess is now saying verdict at 2? I've got it for 1:30. They just changed the time to 2 p.m.? Now the verdict is at 2. I mean, talk about sitting on the edge of our damn seats for too long. Bud Brown gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Bud Brown. You're awesome. Let me just get to the source and find out. Who says what? Oh, please. Let us see. Oh, Aiden still has it for 1:30 on his Twitter. So where did you guys see that? Jess Machado has not. I don't think she said moved anything to 2 o'clock. Unless you're trying to get me to miss it. I'm keeping it as 1:30. Courtney Healy tweeted. Do we know that's her? Machado reported. I didn't even know Courtney was on Twitter. All right, for sure. Now it's going to be at 2 p.m. Let me just confirm it for myself. Verdict time changed to 2 p.m. According to, all right, she was retweeting. She was Jess Machado retweeting. All right, we have time. I will change the banner. And there it is. Just doesn't seem like a trailblazer. You guys are funny. Law and Crime says 1:30. I trust the people in the courtroom more than Law and Crime. Mama She. Oh, thanks, Mama She, for your time. Hey, Mel, just curious if you could drive up to Istanbul and grab my goat from the airport. Thanks and love you. I know that's an old joke. It's an old joke. Somebody once sent me an email asking me to travel to the West Coast, pick up their 5-year-old child, and then buy us plane tickets, me and this person's child, to Colombia, and they would give me 10 acres of land. It was wild. And so now it's a joke. It's a running inside joke. Nicole says today's Purple Day, a global grassroots event formed to increase awareness of epilepsy. Thank you. Well, does that mean it's good luck for Kelsey because her favorite color is purple and today's Purple Day? That'll be cool. Thanks, Bud, for gifting 10 memberships. You're amazing. Bob Jones says, I wasn't that impressed with Bradl, or is it just because I'm used to AJ? I felt like he could have been more direct in closing. I feel like when it's a bench trial, it's not as showy of a closing as it would be for a jury. It was short and sweet. And he's worked with this judge before. And so maybe he just thinks that the judge gets it and he doesn't need to pound the table. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate your opinion. Silly Shelly Goosey became a member. Welcome. I think in song lyrics, oh, you're after my own heart. Has been for 18 months, praying for guilty and not guilty, and that praying for not guilty, and that Justin will get just desserts. Mama She says, hey, Mel, just curious if you could draw. We just covered that one. You're hilarious. Piney Woods is here and says, I'm hoping for a not guilty. I think we all are. The first trial I watched with you was Afro Man. I'm so happy I found you. Oh, thank you so much. Maja Francis, welcome. Thank you. I'm so glad you're here. Thanks for super chat. Mass the Shenanigans says, when Kelsey gets acquitted, can she get her job back? Would she want to go back after this? I don't think so. Would you? Would you want to go back after this? She did make some comments in some on the stand. Where did I see it? I don't remember now if it was in after court comments, if it was on the stand or somewhere else, that she may want to go back to law school. And I think after being what she's been through, she may be a great advocate. And if she's already done 1.5 years of law school and she goes back to law school, I think she would be a fierce advocate for justice because she's been through it. Far be it for me to tell anybody what they should do. But I think she would be great at it if that's something that she chooses to do. Chandra says the judge seems fair, observant, and intelligent. If he had shown favoritism one way or the next at closing, it might appear that he's biased. I think he will for sure acquit. Justice for Kelsey. Thank you. If you guys want to post some words of encouragement for Kelsey in the chat so that I can put them up on the screen so that she can come and read them later, that would be a nice thing to do. Ashley, thank you for your Venmo. Says, I too woke up in a funk. My husband noticed, made my coffee for me, gave it to me, and vacated the premises. Thanks for buying me my caffeinated beverage of choice. I appreciate you so much. Oh, Nancy, thank you. She said, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Let's put up some words of encouragement for Kelsey so that she can come and read them all later. Somebody just suggested that to me, and I think that's a great idea. And the chat's moving too quickly now for me to pick them up. Marcy for federal prison. Kelsey, no matter what the verdict is, you have proven you have a purpose. Yes, sweet. I changed the verdict time on the banner. Thank you so much. It was during the colloquy that she mentioned maybe going back to law school. Thank you. Thank you for that. Please don't ever listen to anything Justin says. Says be in trouble. And I would add to that, girl. I mean, I wish I could say this. In honesty, girl, you dodged a bullet, but really she didn't. She took the bullet and she dodged the bullet of being married to Justin. That's for sure, right? Let it roll in the chat. Positivity for Kelsey. I'm going to go refill my drink. We have until 2 p.m. It is now 1:20. Keep talking amongst yourselves. A few moments. And I will be right back. Stay strong, girl. You got this. I'm going to whisper so that I don't jump scare you. Court TV has its camera back up. They're expecting the judge to read his verdict at 2 p.m. if all goes to plan, and that will be, it is 1:48 currently. I want to read to you something that Bob Mata, our defense diaries friend, tweeted 4 hours ago. Bob Mata tweeted, "The Commonwealth is arguing that Kelsey's story can't be true because there was a round in the chamber, which means she had to have racked it because she's the only person who could have. Problem is that the Commonwealth also stated that Daly found the gun and put it on the bed, and then Noonan grabbed it and moved it again. That's two guys who could have racked the gun. I'm here to tell you, this is Bob I'm speaking in Bob Mata's voice right now. I'm here to tell you, Noonan absolutely had a motive to rack it, because if he just shot a cop, per his own testimony, who had a gun with an empty chamber, it would be a huge problem with him moving forward." And then he says, "I call BS." Bob Mata calls BS. Let's get the proper background back up once again for your convenience. Kelsey's QR code is in the corner for her Help Kelsey Heal Fund. And so we've been here for Kelsey all this time. We ain't got no quit. She's going to need a lot more money to keep handling all of these family court cases and restraining order cases. And they have their probate and their family court in the same sentence, essentially. Yeah, let's hope that they do have their volume properly set. Has anyone watched the new court TV format? What are they doing over there? Do they have any shows? Is Vinny the only man standing? Vinny and Ted Rollins? Turtle Boy says Bettero is in the courtroom. Yes, he was in the courtroom earlier today, too. Somebody said, from what I understand, nobody's liking that new court TV format. It is trending right now. This topic is trending. Former police officer awaits verdict in bedroom shooting trial. There are 11,000 posts about this trial now. Remember when we first started covering it? Nobody would. I'm so happy that there has been so much interest in Kelsey's case, because she needs all the support that she can get. And here's tiny Jesus. Praise be. Come to real time. I've noticed that too. Another problem with YouTube, among many, is that nowadays when you go into a live stream, it puts you back to the beginning of the live stream. It doesn't kick you to real time, which I don't like. I like to go to real time, and then if I want to start over, I will. And so I don't like that. Let's see what the latest in the trending section is. If everybody here gave $1, Kelsey would have almost $15,000, because there's almost 15,000 people here. 14,969. Thank you all so much for coming to spend your day with me, your days with me, for being interested in Kelsey's case, for spreading the word, hopefully, about Kelsey's case, and for caring enough to watch this trial. This is something that I think Massachusetts doesn't want you to see. I think North Andover definitely doesn't want you to see this. And remember, they could have chosen at any time to drop the charges, but they didn't. Somebody had to be on trial for this, and it wasn't Noonan. He was cleared. It was 1:53. One of our cupcakes, her name is Karen with a Y. She's in the courtroom. Karen Lisk. She also went down to the trial for Edric Faust. She said, I sat right in the middle of all the North Andover police. Outside, there were about 10 to 12 when Noonan and his wife walked up. They all gave him a hug and a handshake. He's acting like a rock star. Sickening. These are Karen's words. I will say I've chatted with 4 of the PO, and they are all very nice and act respectful. On the other hand, there is a woman cop who raises hell about her seats being saved for family. On the other hand, there is a woman cop who raises hell about her seats being saved for family. It was hard to talk to her as she had a very short dress on and her Spanx were showing, and she actually put her boobs back in her bra in front of everyone in court. Lots and lots of purple. Hashtag free Kelsey. Thank you, Karen, for sharing that. Boozy Beauty posted 4 hours ago. We love Boozy Beauty. The thin blue line showed up to closing arguments in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' hearing today. Trial, actually. And out of just 45 seats in that courtroom, 20 were filled by police officers. Do we really think they were there to support Kelsey? No. They were there to support each other and to reinforce a narrative without ever having to say it out loud. Because when that many officers fill a courtroom during closing arguments, the message is clear. The message is already clear. This is not just about Kelsey. This is about the system protecting itself. And the system does not like to be questioned, especially not by a woman, and even more so, not by one of their own. How dare a woman question their authority? Never mind a female officer refusing to fall in line. When that system is challenged, it closes ranks quickly because if one piece is questioned, it creates space to question everything. That is where abuse of power lives, not always in something obvious, but in collective presence, quiet pressure, and an unspoken understanding of loyalty. Now layer in who Kelsey is in this moment, a postpartum mother who lost her child, her home, her partner, and her stability all at once. Instead of care, she was met with authority, and instead of understanding, she was met with force. Her child became leverage, her mental health was minimized, and her voice was treated as something to control rather than something to hear. And again, how dare she question them? How dare she push back? You do not need anyone to explain what is happening when nearly half the courtroom is filled with officers. You can see it. So no, they're not here for Kelsey. They're here to make sure the system remains intact. Thank you, Boozy Beauty, for phrasing it in a way that I am not capable of verbalizing today in this moment. Is she here? Well done. Well done. She ain't wrong. Kelsey deserves all the support, and yet, where has it been? She's been fighting this fight alone, except for you guys. And thank you for being here and for caring and for donating to Kelsey's cause. I want to see what what her GoFundMe stands at right now. The QR code is in the corner, and the link is, if you're on your phone, is underneath the show notes to this video. When I first started talking about this case, right away when the Give, Send, Go was first put up for Kelsey to help Kelsey heal, I think it was at something like $1,800. And now it is at $125,800, $125,887 because of the generosity of people like you. People who care, people who want to help and who want to do something but don't know how or don't know what to do. And we wait. If everyone gave $1, we'd have almost $18,000 right now added to that fund. Good legal representation is expensive. It's expensive. Mazza did have a huge part of that. He had so many fundraisers for her. He did. And I was listening to a little bit of his show last night of the debrief of yesterday. And he said, the first fundraiser I did, I think he's up to how many? 15? He said, I think I raised something like correct me if I'm wrong, $328. And he thought, how am I going to get people interested in this? And Mazza's one of the good guys. He rises above the fray. He doesn't participate in the BS trolling nonsense and the trash talking of other creators. The QR code is in the corner for donations. And it's also in the show notes below the video. You might need to click out of the chat if you're on your phone. That's how you give. The QR code is in the corner. You can scan it with your phone, or you can click the link underneath this video where it says Help Kelsey Heal. The fight is not over. She needs to go back to family court. And Emily says, I met Mazza in person today, and he's just as lovely in person. I met him too. Isn't he? He's so tall. He's so tall. He has such great energy. And he's really a kind human with a very warm, kind spirit. I'm kind of muffled. You want me to talk louder? I started out whispering because I didn't want to jump scare anybody because we were on break for a while and there was no music playing, and so I didn't want to scare you when I came back. So I'll pick it up to my usual angry yell, my usual outraged yell. If you're having issues, just refresh your browser. That helps a lot of things. Or restart your device or restart your phone. It is 2 p.m. right now, and we are on real time with Court TV, so we're just waiting. Oh, I don't know if I have my tissue. Oh, my tissues are here. Grab your tissues if you need them. I might need them regardless. But somebody just said, I saw it fly by in the chat, that police officers are being given priority in the courtroom seating over supporters of Kelsey. Are you shocked? I don't think I'm shocked. Thank you. I just have this feeling in the pit of my stomach. I don't know why. Melissa says, Dear Kelsey, you've been saved twice. Today's the day you will be blessed again. I cried tears of joy and sadness here, and know we will be here for you. Raby says, I'm curious about the whistleblowers that Bradl spoke of. Me too. Shop and Tan for me says, I literally missed a day of work to hear this verdict with you, Melanie. You're the greatest and love the chat. P.S. Melanie, I used to be Melanie Peterson. What a cool name. There's a lot of Melanies from Gen X. My sunshine says, it's my birthday today. Praying for the gift of not guilty for Kelsey. My baby has the same name as her baby. Oh, really? I never knew a baby named Caden before. And I love that name. And happy birthday to you, my sunshine. You are my sunshine. Justin, you're a loser guy. Comes in with a 5 and says, if Kelsey would have passed away, we wouldn't know of any of this BS-ery. Noonan is a lying dog. Kelsey will be any asset to any career choice. Yeah. But if I were Kelsey, I would not go back to North Andover PD. I wouldn't. This is the kind of respect that she gets as a police officer. And she did say I was a police officer, so I don't know what her status is right now, but no way in hell. Here's another Melanie. Melanie Eve says she is beautiful and worth it. Thank you. For Kelsey, words of encouragement for Kelsey. Justin Alien's PR firm is here and says, I was lukewarm with Bradl's closing, but after watching it again, I think he hit all the necessary points. I did too. I mean, he didn't need to scream and yell. He didn't need to be dramatic. He wasn't performing for a jury. He was speaking from the heart. He hit all the important points, and he didn't need to drone on for 90 minutes. He had a half an hour. He didn't use anywhere near a half an hour. And he narrowed it down to exactly what the issue is. Kelsey pointed the gun at herself, not at Noonan. Noonan has motives to lie about it. Kelsey doesn't. Kelsey wanted to take her own life. And she testified to that. And so it's going to come down to credibility. How dare you? Says if there are 20 cops in court supporting Noonan, who's minding the store? Great question. You can see that all the way from Canada, can't you? Brenda said court officer announced priority seating for cops over Kelsey supporters. Outrageous. Yeah. Oops. Just making account. Your husband loves you. I'm not sure if that's your husband coming in to talk to you via super chat, but if it is, that's cute. Bridget took a cat nap and woke up to Melanie whispering in my ear, good alarm clock. I didn't want to jump scare you. I don't know. Is this crime scene tape? What is the yellow line that the camera person is focused on right now? Here we go.
Good afternoon. We're on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, docket 2025, 77 CR 311. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Thank you. So before I begin, I'd like to speak to our audience members. I understand that this case has generated a lot of passion and emotion, but you must remember that this is a courtroom and not a sports arena. When I announce my verdict, you must not act out emotionally or visibly or audibly react. So you should leave the courtroom if you believe that you will be unable to maintain your composure. I'd like to start with a few introductory words. Let me say this, this is not in my script. This has been one of the more exhausting, hardest things I've had to do as a judge, as an attorney. And so, as the lawyers know, unlike when a judge presides over a jury waived trial in a civil case, there is no requirement that a judge explain their reasons for reaching a verdict after approval of bench trial. I do so in this case because I think that Ms. Fitzsimmons, Officer Noonan, and all the people involved in the tragic events of June 30, 2025 deserve an explanation. Next, I'd like to take the opportunity to publicly thank and commend the attorneys in this case. They all did an exceptional job presenting the evidence and conducting themselves in an extremely professional and civil manner. And they did so under the public spotlight in an emotionally charged case. I commend you. To the extent that any of the prosecutors and attorneys may be vilified or subjected to public scorn for simply doing their jobs, in this case, I say that any such scorn is unfair, unwarranted, and simply wrong. These prosecutors and attorneys fought hard but performed their solemn jobs fairly with the utmost civility and professionalism. They serve as a shining example of our adversarial system in operation. Now, I'd like to publicly acknowledge the crucial and often thankless role that police officers perform, a role that Ms. Fitzsimmons herself, like Officer Noonan, willingly and selflessly performed for the citizens of North Andover. For this, you should be thanked, not disparaged. For those that think that serving as a police officer is easy, or that officers don't care or take pride in their work, I say with more than 3 decades of experience in the criminal justice system that you are naive, misinformed, and sadly mistaken. The work of police officers is especially fraught with peril today because of our exceedingly cynical, polarized atmosphere where our citizenry often believes that there is a conspiracy under or around every corner. I saw no evidence of a conspiracy in this case. What I saw was dedicated public servants like Officer Noonan and his fellow officers doing the best they could under tragic, rapidly evolving emotional circumstances. What I also saw was a young woman, Ms. Fitzsimmons, who was also a dedicated public servant, react to sudden, confusing, and heartbreaking news. Now let me turn to the evidence and the law. Our system of justice requires me to decide this case solely on the law and the evidence. So the only things I have considered in reaching my verdict are the 98 exhibits submitted during the trial and the testimony of the 11 witnesses that testified here in open court. While it may be cold and uncaring, our system of justice demands that emotion, sympathy, and concern for the consequences of my decision play no role in my decision. As for the law, in order to prove Ms. Fitzsimmons guilty of the crime of assault by means of a dangerous weapon, the Commonwealth must prove the following 3 things. We lawyers call these things elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Ms. Simmons committed an assault on Officer Noonan. Second, that Ms. Simmons intended to commit the assault. And third, that the assault was committed by means of a dangerous weapon. The sole issue before me is whether the Commonwealth proved each of these 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And more specifically, under the circumstances of this case, the narrow issue before me is whether the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Fitzsimmons pointed a firearm at Officer Noonan for any perceptible amount of time. What is not before me are the legality of the issuance of the restraining order to Mr. Atty, the reasonableness of the procedure used by the police to serve the restraining order, the legality of Officer Noonan's use of force, and issues regarding the custody of Katie. It is not my place to decide these issues or even mention my thoughts on them. I am thankful for this because my role has been hard enough. What has made my job especially difficult in this case is that by and large, I found the testimony of Officer Noonan and Ms. Fitzsimmons to be credible on the material and relevant points. In my experience, this is unusual and somewhat perplexing. On the one hand, Ms. Fitzsimmons credibly testified that she never pointed a firearm at Officer Noonan. On the other hand, Officer Noonan testified that not only did Ms. Fitzsimmons point a gun at him, that she also pulled the trigger. Both agree that it happened in seconds near a narrow doorway, and the crime scene photos show that the door frame was made narrower by a clothes rack containing police uniforms that was to Officer Noonan's left. The door frame was also made, the door frame was made still narrower when Officer Noonan used it to take cover when he drew his firearm. During the closing argument, the Commonwealth argued that it is scientifically and physically impossible for Ms. Fitzsimmons' story to be true because there was a bullet in the chamber, and she said that Officer Noonan shot her without her ever wrapping the slide after pulling the trigger. I disagree that the evidence reflected that the only way to chamber a round would have been to pull the slide under those circumstances. However, even if I assume that Ms. Fitzsimmons lied about not wrapping the slide, it does not detract from the adamancy and credibility of her testimony that she never pointed the gun at Officer Noonan, about which he was equally as adamant that she did. Perhaps the Commonwealth could have easily met its burden if the officers had been wearing body cameras. But under these circumstances, I am left with a reasonable doubt, and I am duty bound to find that the Commonwealth has not met its burden to prove that Ms. Fitzsimmons committed an assault by means of a dangerous weapon on Officer Newman. And my verdict is, and must be, not guilty. With that, I will hand the signed verdict slip. I will hand the signed verdict slip to Mr. Restraining and ask that he advise Ms. Fitzsimmons of her statutory rights.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you please stand? On docket 2025, 77 CR 311, count 001. The court having returned a verdict of not guilty, the court orders it to be discharged of this indictment and this indictment only, and go thereof without delay. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, as required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges for which you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation and by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want those records sealed. To request that those records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form posted on the trial court's webpage on mass.gov, or a copy of which I will hand to your counsel. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. You understand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Court is in recess. Good. All right.
Please exit quietly, and thank you once again. Thank you. Oh, is there other sessions still going? Please be quiet on your way out.
Wow. We needed that. It's a long road.
Folks, you don't mind just talking.
It's been a long road. It's been 9 months.
Tight space here.
Not many a dry eye in the courtroom. As we watch the gallery file out, including Noonan. And as he was speaking, I'll just mute this, I guess, for a moment. As he was speaking, I kept thinking to myself, okay, so tie goes to the runner, Judge, right? Tie goes to the runner. If they're both equally credible, then that's reasonable doubt. It's Kelsey hugging her attorneys. That is Kelsey's dad in the, I think that's Kelsey's dad in the gray blazer. Tim Bradl and Courtney Healy have worked tirelessly on this case since they were retained all the way back in June of 2025, around the clock. All right, I take that back. I don't think that's her dad in that gray blazer. That's her dad right now. That is hugging Courtney Healy. And now that is Kelsey hugging her dad. The female is Julie Hess. That is her custody attorney. And I think the attorney in the gray blazer is also part of her family court team. I wonder what's going on the street outside. Yeah, now all of her bail conditions are gone. And look at Tim and Kelsey. What a beautiful moment that is.
Say that again, Judge. Code 1 is also
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Be tripling out. Some of you guys want to start going down so that we can get people moving.
I feel like we're eavesdropping on their conversations, like we're a fly on the wall, but I'm gonna let it keep rolling.
Folks, I don't mean to put speed to what you guys going on here, but we have other places we need to be as officers. So, all right. Please. You You guys are more than welcome to use that room. You guys can in there. And debrief.
Yeah, I need to get this.
Wow.
You have an opportunity to be. We'll have at least an officer here, so you can take it.
What do you want to talk about? We're just going to go back to that conference room.
They're going to go in the conference room, I guess, before they go outside. If you know anybody who's doing a live stream of outside reactions. Courtney's like, that's not on, right? No paparazzi. And Tim Bradl just got an email.
See you later.
And the media backing up their stuff.
All right.
I mean, what do you even do after this? You know, not knowing is the worst. Not knowing if you're going home after this or if you're being cuffed and brought back into custody. Wow. Just what a day. I don't know Kelsey Fitzsimmons, but I feel like I do. What a great day for justice. I feel like the judge gave the tie to the runner. But I didn't know which way he was going to go for a long time. I didn't know. But he did say he found both of them to be credible. He gave a long speech at the beginning about how dangerous it is to be in law enforcement. And he believed Kelsey. He believed them both. But in the end, Kelsey is acquitted. And now she needs to get into family court and fight the fight of being able to see her son again, who she hasn't seen for 9 months. Thank you guys for being here. Let's see if we can, interestingly enough, while we were already like halfway through the verdict, I forget which one we were watching, Court TV or Long Crime. They just started their stream like as the verdict was over. Oh no, the scram device is gone. The ankle monitor will be gone. She may need to go somewhere in the building to probation to have all that stuff removed. She has no more restrictions. But remember, there are stipulations that they've agreed to in family court that she has no contact with the baby right now. That was a stipulation. They also stipulated on child support for Justin. I forget what it was. I think it was like $48 a month or something minimal. And if you're just tuning in, you missed it. Rewind, but Kelsey Fitzsimmons has been found not guilty by the judge. Can Justin go after Kelsey's GSG? What's GSG? What do you mean? Thanks, Kelly, for your 5. Atty says, I'm so happy YouTube recommended me your channel. I started with Afro Men and listening to you and your advocacy has moved my heart. Also, chat is bae. Your comments of support show me how awesome you all are. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's a pretty amazing community that we've built here of people who understand nuance and understand that two things can be true at the same time. And I only choose to cover cases that I'm really passionate about. I can't even really keep it together right now. This has been a long road and a really hard one in a lot of ways. And nobody died, you know. But the way we have seen Massachusetts railroad women, the misogyny is showing and the world is watching and it's an abomination. And you should be outraged too. And I know you are. You think the law girls will go outside and get some video? Let me just see if they're up and running right now. While we read some more comments. Hold on. I know that Justice Serve does it, but I think he usually tapes. He doesn't go live, right, from outside the courtroom? Or does he? Is he going to be live? If you see anybody, let me know. Yeah, we like to try and keep it classy anyway when we can. This is what we were all praying for, but we weren't quite sure we were going to get it. And I wonder if anybody got any reactions from outside. But all right, Michael is going to be outside, but Linda is live right now. So let me see if Law Girls are doing it or Aiden. The power of prayer. I'm telling you, Tiny Jesus works. Ever since I found Tiny Jesus in Mexico, he's been here through a lot of stuff. Jess Machado is going live. All right, let's see. When? 2:30. Okay, she's upcoming, so I'll keep it up. And I know that you all will go over there and give her all the likes and all the thanks. And she's got Scott McGinnis on her thumbnail with the American flag, as always. Queen Bee says, "You make us feel like there's hope out there, helping the people and women that need it." Thank you. Thank you. Bethany says, "If the outcome isn't what we are all praying for, would this be appellate worthy?" Guess what, Bethany? We don't even have to think about that right now. Praise be. And the comparison of Noonan to Commander Lawrence in The Handmaid's Tale is still sticking with me. Reality with Kristen Marie says, "God bless Kelsey. My nephew is Caden. Caden James." Sarah says, "Pray for Kelsey." These are earlier. Remind me, men don't cry. Hurry, please. No, Kokomo, you can cry all you want. Feels good. It's a good cry, right? Please read and go over Richard Allen's appellate decision. I can't do that right now, but I'll get a hold of it. And I need a little break before I jump into something else. But thank you for the suggestion. I didn't know the decision was out, and now I'm anxious to read it. Angie says, "I have a Caden also. So nervous. I'm prepared to cry either way." Thank you for all your coverage. I appreciate you, Angie. Lula Bell says, "Judge has already made it clear. He just wants the facts, no exaggerating arguments. So Bradl gave his closing accordingly." I agree. Some people think it was underwhelming. And of course, the Twitter trolls are all over it like he did the worst job ever. And Noel said, "I think he's going to go with not guilty. That's why he's praising the cops now." Right. There was a lot of praise of the cops, right? I wonder if there's going to be, it should definitely be the lead story on the news tonight, don't you think? Real men do cry. Real men absolutely cry. Bears is crying. She wants to hug her. Chris K says, "Next up, family court. You got this, Kelsey." Hold on. Thank you, Fallen Hero. Thank you, Desiderata. I'm not crying. You're crying. Peapod Fairy, how does this affect her custody case, if at all? Can she seek Caden now? No, she can't. There's a stipulation in the family court that she's not going to have contact. And also, the restraining order is still out there. So those are things that need to be handled in that family court. And so, no, she can't see him, but this is the first step. And luckily, this Judge Karp had relaxed some of her bail conditions in that he let her move into her own house. He let her start nesting for the baby and setting up a place for the baby to be able to come, because she's going to need to show that to the family court in order to say that she's got a home set up for him. We're all crying. Hold on. All right. Looks like Jess is going to go live in 3 minutes. So we're going to, here she is. Is she going to go video though? Is she there? Oh yeah, there's a lot of yelling. Hold on. Let's see if she's going to put her camera on.
Okay, we're outside. Let's take a look. Big media presence here. We have a lot of people that have showed up. Hi.
Beautiful.
How's everybody? All right, so
continue to. I don't want to have a situation where we have.
This court officer is a boss. I've been watching him the whole trial. And he's coming out there and he's laying down the law. He's laying down the law. Yeah, I have Just Machado up right now. Maybe you guys are behind.
All people come over here and move you guys. You guys are being disorderly.
Never.
So huddle up and then whisper the noise.
Whatever you say.
Flip over here.
Ask Aiden when he comes in. Grab Aiden if he could, if he comes. Yeah.
Hold on a sec. Let me get a
grab
word to
Aiden.
you. Okay, we're on. So give me your.
Hey,
give me your take, dude.
Two down, one to go. Right?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, really.
To go. That's my takeaway.
Linda, do you have a
Hey,
question?
buddy. Yeah, I have a question. Aiden, you had a comment yesterday that the prosecutor did what a woman should have been doing. Hey, I'm glad you picked me, 'cause we're gonna be
You
arguing.
made a comment
We're gonna
about
get to
the
it.
prosecutor doing what a woman should have been doing. Does that sound familiar to you?
I think on the Kelsey cross-examination.
We're talking about the Kelsey Cross, yes.
Yeah, I think it would have been better. The optics of it. But again, he didn't really put up a fight at all either. You know what I mean? So.
What'd you think about the judges? I knew he was going to slow roll it.
Oh my God, he made that as dramatic as possible, didn't he? Oh, goodness, I didn't know which way he was going when he started saying good things about cops and saying not everything's a conspiracy. I'm like, don't like the sounds of that, But
and then he turned.
Yeah, then all of a sudden, when he mentioned the gun in the chamber, I'm like, don't like the sounds of that. And then he's like, but at the same time, she says her testimony conflicts that, right? I got to go back and listen to it.
When he got to that point where he said, when he decided that wasn't the only way a bullet can get in the gun, then I knew where he was going.
Yes. As soon as he said that, then it just was all. Jess Machado stood next to me. She's like, it's going to be an acquittal. I'm like, yep. Oh, yeah. So couldn't type fast enough. That was like wild, dude. That was wild, man.
Yeah.
Holy
Hey,
cow. He did that in the most dramatic way possible. But
I knew that was coming because I've seen him. Every decision he's made has been very measured and very.
So, dude, that was intense. So happy for her. She was like holding Bradl's hand like tight, like squeezing it, and like
where we felt it turned, he kind of
yes.
Sure,
too. That was surreal, man. So now, not guilty never gets. You notice this never happens in other states. Every other time I watch another state, they're always guilty. Maybe they should stop indicting innocent people in this state. I don't know.
Before you came out, it looked like the whole department of every cop in the area came out in a solid line. They were leaving the courtroom. There were like 15 of them. Yeah, as they all wandered out just before you came out. Just
Another L. I don't know what they I don't know. Because I don't get why they're here, to be honest. I don't get it. Like, he didn't get hurt, right? I mean, it's like he's telling one story.
One of theirs got hurt.
Yeah, I mean, the only person that got shot here is Kelsey Fitzsimmons, right? I mean, so like, what's he a victim of? Like, okay, you're a victim of. You're saying a guy. Worst case scenario, she pointed a gun at you, shot you. Nobody got hurt. What are you talking about, right? Like, we're all here. Like, oh, you okay? Are you? What happened to you? Nothing happened to you. What are you talking? What are we doing here?
It's embarrassment.
Yeah, another fake victim. A fake victim. I mean, the judge said. I mean, the judge. It's going to be not guilty because
really.
Well, it's like, well, you can have they both, but he's like, then to me that means not guilty because that means default not guilty, right? Because it's like, well, neither I believe both of you.
There's got to be a reasonable doubt in there.
If you believe her at all, then it's not guilty. Period. So is what it is. Like, credible just because she's not a ninja, right? I mean, that's what she'd have to be. That space between the chair and the box there was like 3 inches. How did she fit in that? Yeah, like he didn't see it. I mean, that fact that he didn't tackle her makes no sense. I didn't like the gun in the chamber thing. Like,
I didn't either. That was the one thing I had concerns with. But the chain of custody was shaky,
and she could also rack in, but she didn't testify to that. That was the problem. She didn't testify.
That was the key, and that's why that had to.
It keeps freezing up, but if you're just listening and not watching your screen, we're watching Linda Kenny Bada and Michael Bryant's channel. It's called Justice Served TV. Please go give them a like and a sub. And Aiden Carney's outside the courthouse speaking to Michael Bryant, who's not on camera right now. The service isn't great there, so it's a little bit glitchy, but I think we need to listen to this.
Be cleaned up, and I think the judge
silent. Right?
I think that's why the judge saw that there was too many questions about where this gun was between when it was found with a cartridge in it and when it wasn't.
I mean, Gubitose is good today for one. I mean, it was horrible yesterday. But that was a good closing, no? I mean, I
thought he was a little over dramatic for a judge versus a jury, but otherwise, okay.
His point about, I mean, his strongest evidence is the gun in the chain. I mean, that's a strong,
No doubt.
you know. And
I think for Bradl, the strongest argument was, how does he, if he's standing right there, let all of that happen in front of him before?
How's he not tackling?
Yeah.
Somebody, you got a gun in my head. I have the pure luck of it not firing, and you're right in front of me. I'm tackling you. Yeah, I'm taking you. Oh, awesome.
I'm not having a conversation.
No, I'm not giving you like, please put it down. No, I'm tackling you. You're right there. You weigh 100 pounds, right? Soaking wet. And I'm just going to tackle you, and I'm going to eliminate this threat, and everyone's going to go home safe today. No one's going to get shot. That's what I don't know, but I'm not Rambo like he is. I don't know. So I don't.
That's what sunk his testimony to me. The guy is. I'm sorry, Linda. We're having a conversation.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about me.
Hi, Linda. How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
I've moved the QR code to the left side of your screen, or to left. I'm looking at it. It's the left side of my screen for Kelsey's fund, because when it was on the right side, it said guilty, and it was covering up the top of the breaking banner on the Justice Served channel. Let's see if we can.
Every single day, you know the cameras are going to be on you. You can't wear the same suit every day, 3 days in a row. That's horrible, you know. So the glasses were a bit much. You know, the whole production was a bit much, and like I don't know, the whole like, oh yeah, I went to Lawrence to like get the urban vibe, and because I'm just a street guy and I really like getting out there in the streets, and then I want to bring my insight about the streets to the suburbs of North Andover to let them all know what a hero I am here, what a badass. I mean, and how about the fact that the court officer announced before that like cops get in first? You see that?
The whole the pecking order was ridiculous. Obviously, family first.
Yeah,
but then cops and witnesses, and then
I understand if you testify. The three that testified, okay, fine, let them in there. All cops? What? Everybody gets in? Why are they any more important than anyone else? What do they do? What do they do? Is anybody policing the town of North Andover today? Because
today's a good day to go rip them off.
Yeah, apparently, if you like shoplifting, go to North Andover today. No one's working. Like, don't just go in there. You know, like.
So what do you think happens now with the firefighter that's on suspension?
That's his problem. I mean, she's got to work on getting her baby back, right?
Well, that's definitely the next step, and we'll talk to Julie Hess about that when she comes out here.
Yeah.
So what do you think the impact? Oh, wait. Linda's trying to get in on the mix here. Hold on a second.
All right, I got to fast forward a little bit.
With Naaman on one side of the spectrum or the other, you know, with Canone, with Naaman, and then you have Karp, who seems to be decent. Mary Black in Salem seems pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion, that's what's wrong. And then you got Krupp. Yeah, like it's like, and that's what's wrong with the judicial system, in my opinion, is that I don't know how this works. You guys are lawyers, not me. Like, it seems like the law should be the law, not like the law is one thing if this person's on the bench and the law is this thing if this person. That doesn't make any sense to me. Either the law is the law or it's not. It should be black and white, not like who's wearing the robe today. They get to decide what the law is. To me, that makes no sense at all. But again, I'm just an award-winning journalist. What do I know about the law? I don't know.
Right.
You know, so. But well, of course, you got it. Where's your awards, Turtle Boy? Oh, they're hanging on my wall, Jill. That's where they are. They're hanging on my wall.
All right.
You know?
Okay,
All
so
right,
what's
no,
what?
thank you, buddy.
Wait.
I want to tell him thank you. Thank you, buddy. You know.
Okay, we're a little bit behind on this. So you can see how much media is out there all waiting for the attorneys to come out of the courthouse. There's Scott McGinnis with the American flag and the purple hoodie. And surprisingly, look who else is live out here. Boston 10. Let's see what they're doing.
And of course, in this situation, no social services involved as well. But as I say that, I should also mention that according to Fitzsimmons' testimony, she did not know at that moment that her former fiance, Justin Elaine, was in the home at the time, but it is very unusual that police would invite that person filing the restraining order into the same home as the person they are serving the restraining order on.
I think based on everything that we have discussed with our legal experts, there's a lot to sort of unpack here for the future.
Wow, all of a sudden the mainstream media, including the local media like Boston 10, is on the side of Kelsey Fitzsimmons now that she's been acquitted. Isn't that so interesting? Isn't that so interesting? Because nobody was covering this case, right? mainstream media right now. They care, right? They haven't been covering it much, unless I'm conflating this with another case. Thanks, Casey Cat, so very much. Thinking that Justin saw that baby as a meal ticket for the next 18 years. Thank you for your thoughts. Husky Lover, thank you for your 20. This is the first time the cops have heard Kelsey's story. I wonder if they're looking differently at Noonan.
Right, and if you can stick with us now, be sure to join us tonight at 7.
The nightmare was over at 1 a.m.
This is a commercial? Hold on. I'll do commercials. I'm assuming they're going to come back to outside the courthouse. I saw Jess Machado was speaking to some people outside the courthouse, and one of them was our cupcake, Karen. Let's see what she's got to say. Let me rewind a little bit. Karen was also boots on the ground at Edric Foss trial. She lives somewhere in the South. She flew up here for this. And she's been hanging out with our friend Lauren.
Every day.
And for the verdict as well.
There she is.
Do any of you want to go on camera if I ask a question about the verdict?
This is Jess Machado.
Okay, how do you feel about the verdict? What are your thoughts? Were you in the courtroom?
All day, every day.
And for the verdict as well?
And for the verdict.
Okay.
Yes.
So first of all, let me ask you a question. Going into get the verdict, what did you think it was going to be?
I was very hopeful that it was going to be not guilty. I felt like when you look at that judge, he was very, very good. He was very, very on point when it comes to it's the law. We have to follow the law and they have to prove it. I didn't think they proved it. And obviously he, looked through all the things and I know he did a diligent job. So I feel he did the best that he could and he got the right answer.
What were your thoughts on the closing arguments of the Commonwealth? I'm reading a lot of online banter where people are saying that their closing argument was actually well done. Did you think it was, and did you think it changed anybody's mind in regards to the ending of this case?
I don't think it changed the judge's mind, but I do believe some people might have been, how Twitter is. But the bottom line for me is that it's the law and that's all it is. And his closing argument, his closing argument, he kept saying she lied. Well, why didn't you cross her on that yesterday?
Right.
Like that would be, you did no impeachment, not one impeachment.
You have no relation to Kelsey.
No,
What?
I'm from Georgia.
And did you come here for this?
Yes.
Okay. So why? What made you attached to this case?
Justice. First of all, I had a child that was 8 weeks early and said she was in the hospital, and it was gut wrenching every single day that I had to leave her for 3 weeks. So I know, sorry, she's 34 now, so she's great, but it's gut wrenching, and so that part of it was just really. So, and I have a husband that shoots guns, and he's a NRA instructor, and my sister's a police officer. And they started getting involved with it, and they know the guns. And so there was some issues that I had with the guns as well. So
you're obviously excited and happy.
I'm very happy for her.
Anything you want to say to Kelsey?
Yes. Kelsey, we love you. We will be by you in April as well. You're going to get this. You're going to get your child back, and you're going to have a beautiful life. We're going to make sure.
Thank you. Do you want to say your name?
Oh, I'm Karen List from Georgia.
And Elaine, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts, I'm extremely happy with the verdict, what it was. I thought the judge was fantastic. He was very compassionate. He was brilliantly smart. You could tell that he wasn't biased in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
And he really, you could tell that he was very vested into this case. And his decision was great. I mean, I feel like the prosecutor did put on a good performance when he was, asking Kelsey questions. The closing, I think the closing was a little better than his, his direct questioning to Kelsey. But still, there were a few things in there that were made up. And that just didn't sit well. You know, it's one thing to have a closing and say the facts, but when you put in a few things that you just threw in there,
Yeah.
I didn't appreciate that.
I think you're referencing the part where Justin had originally said Kelsey would shoot the baby and shoot herself or kill herself. The Commonwealth added and anybody else, which Tim Bradl afterwards kind of wanted to correct that record. So
So
I recognize you. I know you outside of here, but I recognize you from the Karen Reed trial, which you were also a follower of and supporter of. What made you follow this case, and does it really have anything to do with the Karen Reed case and why you're following?
I just feel like there's so much of this that's been happening. You know, my grandfather was a lieutenant police officer for Everett. My husband's a retired state trooper. My daughter is a police officer. I have my brother-in-law is a police officer.
So you're a law enforcement
So I am a
family.
law enforcement family. So I'm seeing this and how this went down with her, and not being able to see her baby over, you know, a sheet of paper just didn't sit well with me. I took a vacation day because I wanted to be here.
Any words for Kelsey?
Kelsey, we will be with you all the way through all your, you know, all the probate stuff. You are so loved, and everyone is praying for you. So
Thank you, Elaine. Want to answer a few questions? Well, I've seen you here throughout the trial, and you were at some pre-trial hearings as well.
Yes.
So what made you take an interest in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' story?
I did not.
Could be.
I've been coming to the hearing since October.
Yep. So you're obviously happy with the verdict.
They chose the right verdict. I'm thrilled. Yeah, couldn't be.
All right, I'm actually waiting for, it looks like Boston 10 is just going to cover the presser, but are they coming back? Oh, here we go.
Just another day at the office today. Just want to say that we want to thank so many people. You know, we want to thank Kelsey and her family for having faith in us. We, meaning Martha and I, want to thank so many people that Kelsey and her family had faith in us. And, you know, we had a very tough playing field for a long time. And we also want to thank Judge Karp, who did a great job and was a gentleman and treated us fairly and with justice. And that's all we ever asked for. And we finally got it. So we're relieved. And, but other than thanking everybody, I just want to hand it over to Martha, and she's going to have some words for everybody first.
Yeah, so thanks, Tim. This is not only the right result, it's a righteous result today. It's been a long odyssey for those of you who followed this. And we started off in this case, you know, understanding, as we all do, and as the judge said, policing is a tough job. Being a mom is a tough job. And on June 30th, Kelsey had to do both. She's trying to be a mom. She's trying to get back to work. And then her world fell apart. And unfortunately on that day, as she said to the judge, and you heard in court, she had to deal with all that. And unfortunately, what happened in that bedroom started a chain of events with a narrative that they never diverged from. They never asked her about it. They rushed to judgment. And that case took on a life of its own, which unfortunately interfered with her life for an unnecessary and difficult time. I think Tim and I have known from the beginning that that wasn't fair, that the charges probably weren't fair, and that we were going to deal with the system and we were going to take this to trial. And as Kelsey has said, without fail, she just wanted the truth to come out. She was able to do that when she testified in this case. And again, we're grateful for the judge's work. We're happy with this decision. And it's the right decision, as we said. She was always innocent until proven guilty. The Commonwealth did not meet their burden of proof, and she is innocent today.
Kelsey, what was it like to hear that word, not guilty? To hear the judge say not guilty this afternoon? You sat there, you know, you were on the stand yesterday telling your story. Share with us what that was like.
So I got shot. I went to jail for 103 days. I haven't seen my son. I had to sell my home that I worked very hard for. So this is my first breath of fresh air. and I feel like I can breathe again. However, my fight is not over. I have a son that I need to reunite with, and that's where we are right now.
Can you talk to us about Eden, what's next for you, and how this verdict might help you reconnect with him?
I won't get into that, but I will say I am really excited to see my son again.
Do you have any plans to hire a personal injury attorney or have a personal injury attorney representing you?
I will also not get into that, but
Yeah, today we're celebrating this verdict.
yeah.
Usually it's hard to hear the reporter's question, and the question was, do you have a personal injury attorney representing you? Martha shuts it down.
But
Yeah, today we're celebrating this verdict.
yeah,
And that's
I'm
what we're
focusing on
focused
today.
One day at a time.
And I also would just like to thank everybody who stood outside each and every day, supported me, believed me before I got to tell my story, because it wasn't 9 months later until I got to tell the truth. And that was a long 9 months. And through those 9 months, you guys knew the truth. You guys believed in me, and thank you for that.
Kelsey, what's the message? Kelsey, what's the message to others that are in a position like yours after what happened today with the not guilty verdict? What would you tell other people?
Don't stop fighting for what's right. And when you know you didn't do something wrong, keep fighting for that.
Kelsey, do you want to be a police officer again?
I won't comment on that either.
Do you want to be a police officer again? She was asked.
Kelsey, do you want to be a police officer again?
I won't comment on that either. I don't know what my career goals are at the moment.
What have the last 9 months been like for you as a person, as a mother, as a defendant?
There is not a word. If you want an image of it, picture me on a mat in a jail cell crying for my son day after day after day after day. There's not a word for that. But that is what happened to me.
Kelsey, do you feel like you're owed something now, considering that you've been found not guilty?
Kelsey, do you feel like you're owed something now after you've been found not guilty?
All of this stuff has happened to you.
I'm going to leave that one to you.
Leave that one to the lawyers, sir.
Hey, Kelsey, the judge was not exactly speedy in getting to the ultimate decision. How painful was that to sit there and just wait for what was going to happen?
Michael Bryant.
I mean, it's okay. He had to go through all the evidence, and there was a lot. So
We thought he was pretty quick, actually.
yeah.
And we obviously, with a good judge, didn't have the issue with the jury. He told us when he was going to decide. We knew he was going to write his decision, which was helpful, and he told that in public. So we had this hybrid trial with the judge who was both the judge and the jury, and he was forthcoming throughout the trial, transparent, and told us he was going to tell us why the decision, which of course we would not have gotten with the jury verdict.
Right.
So it's helpful to have that.
Kelsey, you talked about how this is a just verdict, in your opinion. Were you surprised these charges were brought in the first place, and why do you think they were?
So
Were you surprised these charges were brought in the first place, and why do you think they were?
I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier to that question. A set of things got set into motion on June 30th that then followed a narrative starting that night in that room that never really got challenged, that never really got investigated with any investigation of her, that never got tested in any way. But the presumption was that she was a defendant in this case. And so that's unfortunate because she couldn't talk for a while. She's being held for a while. She never got a chance really to tell her story. Ordinarily, the system shouldn't work that way, but both Attorney Bradl and I have been on both sides of the system. We know how it works, and sometimes when it doesn't work well and it works slowly, that's unfortunately what happened in this case. And we fought every way with Kelsey to make sure that justice was done. It took longer than it should have, we think. It was more painful than it should have been, but look, we got the right result today, and we are happy with that.
Kelsey, what's the next thing you want to do now that you're not guilty?
Guys, hold on. Let's give these guys over here a
Starting
chance.
today, all of your bail restrictions are lifted.
and you said you can breathe again, but there's a lot of changes that are going to take place today. You have a lot more freedom than you had. How do you plan to start that journey of freedom?
I want to go for a walk with my dog. I can't wait to take him for a run. I haven't been able to do that, but that's our thing, is going for a run. So.
And don't forget, she couldn't do that.
Right.
She had to sit in her house. That was her best case scenario, that she was a prisoner in her own home. And then her worst case scenario at the outset of this case, and like Martha said, this was such a bumpy road, a long bumpy road that never should have happened. And, you know, she had to spend time in prison. As a former police officer and corrections officer, she gets sent to jail. Someone with no criminal record, someone who shows up to court, has a wonderful history in this county, and sent to jail. To me, it's unprecedented. It terrorized her, and it's a horrendous, awful thing that happened. This case started out as a circus, and we are so grateful to end up in Lawrence in front of Judge Karp, who, like I said, is an absolute gentleman, a consummate jurist, and he treated everyone in that room with respect, with humanity, with kindness, and we were very appreciative for it.
Do you have a message to your former colleague?
No.
Do you have a message to your former colleagues? I don't know if you guys can hear the questions, so I repeat them when they're low talking.
Do you have a message to your former colleague?
No.
What do you make of the judge saying he credited both Kelsey's testimony and the testimony of Officer Noonan? He called it confusing.
Well, Charlie, you know, he's the fact finder. He's got to make the sausage in the back room. You know, he's got to think about everything, and you know, it's a tough job for any fact finder in any case, really. But I mean, you know, Kelsey has said to you guys every time we're out here, I can't wait to get to the truth. I can't wait for the truth to come out. And finally, she got her chance, and she told the truth, and she put herself out there. The one person in the whole room that didn't have to testify. She's the one that got up there, put herself out there, and told the truth. And the judge, I think, treated her wonderfully and was very humane and kind, and listened attentively to not only her, but to everybody in the case. And we're grateful for that.
And I'll just add two things to that. First of all, people can believe they're telling the truth when they're mistaken, so they can appear to be credible but be wrong. And when a defendant like this is credible, I think, as Tim said in his opening and his closing, that creates reasonable doubt. And so that's the standard. The Commonwealth always has the burden beyond a reasonable doubt. We didn't know the one thing we weren't going to get was a hung jury here. So,
Josie, do you have a question? You okay?
I'm sure you will, but it's okay. How are you feeling, Kelsey? I feel good. I feel relieved. I was eager to do this, and I said from day one, the truth will come out, and it did.
Anybody else?
Maybe if this is doubling up, but you testified that 2 weeks is an eternity for any mom. The judge seems, and even the prosecutor seems to connect with that. 9 months ago.
There's not a word. There's not a word. It's the most devastating thing that you can do to a new mom. And hopefully changes will be made where a new mom or anyone will never have to go through something like this.
We've talked about that, and we're going to talk about that with legislators. What kind of a system is it that somebody can walk into court, fill out a piece of paper, and in 15 minutes, take someone's baby away, take a mom of a newborn's baby away? It's just an incredible thing, and it shouldn't happen. And we're going to work on some reforms of that statute.
Tim, how much impact do you think it had that the complainant had connections, friends within the law enforcement community? So maybe you can't be just anybody coming and filling out a form.
To be determined, Michael. You know, to be determined. We have some other investigations to work on. And
More
we're
investigations.
Leave no stone unturned, and we're going to find out exactly how and why this happened, who's responsible, and you know, we're not stopping here. You know, the things that happened to Kelsey, we have with respect to her home being broken into. We've reported that to the FBI.
Yeah.
And I've had it with Essex County.
Yes.
And there are other avenues to pursue, and we're pursuing them. And we're in touch with the FBI on all sorts of federal crimes that were committed, and we're in the process of dealing with it there. That's one example of other avenues that we're taking here. You know, we're not sitting here at Essex County's beck and call. We know where to go, and we know who to talk to, and we are doing that. Anybody else?
Oh, great.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Listening to Kelsey Fitzsimmons and her legal team. As you can see, she is outside Essex Superior Court in Lawrence, reacting to the fact that she has been found not guilty of assault with a dangerous weapon for an incident on June 30th of 2025 when she was being served a restraining order by.
All right. I'd rather you listen to me than her. Please donate to Kelsey. The QR code is, I think, above my head, but I'm inverted, so I'm not quite sure. The only QR code on your screen right now is for Kelsey's fund, which is now up to, I can't remember what the number was earlier that I reported, but right now, as I refresh it, it is up to over $131,000. So, and it won't even refresh because it may be down right now. So thanks to you guys. We heard Bradl mention a couple of things. Number one, it seems like there will be civil litigation forthcoming. It seems like they will try and make some legislative reform and some changes in the system, because nobody should be able to go to court and within 15 minutes be able to take a mom's baby away. And they've also put the FBI on notice. And so Tim Bradl ain't got no quit. We ain't got no quit either. We're going to be here for it too. And it looks like we're going to be following Kelsey to see what she does next for a very long time to come. Donate if you can. Family court is expensive. Anybody who's ever been divorced or fought for custody knows. Translation, see you at the lawsuit, says the Cat Harvey. I have a couple more people to thank, and then I got to go pay some attention to my own family. So give me a few seconds to say thank you to Elizabeth. Thank you so much for your Venmo. Stephanie, thank you so much for your super generous 100. She's so emotionally invested, praying for Kelsey. Thank God it turned out the way we wanted it to. Trisha Joe, thank you so much for your Venmo. Mrs. Goodman is here, and thank you. This is for all the cupcakes on the Free Kelsey Facebook page. And then we have some coffees as well, so hold tight. It's been a good day. It's been a good day. Good day for Kelsey. Kelsey was acquitted. This has been a very long road and a very trying road and a very exhausting road. Tiffany J, thank you for your 3 matcha lattes. I appreciate you more than you know. Oh, Felicia, I love you with all my heart too. Thank you for your 3 matcha lattes. And I think that's a wrap today, my friends. I'm emotionally exhausted. I know that you are too. Thank you for being here with me, for spending so much of your time with me. And to the moderators, thank you. And I'm sure I'll have a lot more to say about this in the coming days. But right now, I need to go emotionally decompress. You guys are amazing. I love you with all my heart. Thank you to Fervent for allowing me to play your content today. Please go sub up to Jess Machado and to Justice Served as well, because we used all of their content. Alien needs to look out for the ice cream truck, says Karen Griswold. It's done. Kelsey's free, but her fight is not over. Her fight is not over, but she no longer has a ankle monitor, no longer has to breathe into the scram monitor. And rewind if you want to watch the verdict again. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Thank you, moderators. I could never do this without you. Thank you guys for being so classy and so emotionally invested, because I could never do this by myself. Peace, everybody. I love you so much. Bye. That's a wrap.